Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can.
What up, though? How we doing? All right, so excuse me. This is going to be a short week. Just so you're all aware. Got today's stream and Wednesday stream, and then I will be off Friday. It is my anniversary, and we are taking the weekend, so I will not see you this Friday. I hope you will miss me as much as I will miss you. Yeah. I don't really have any news other than that. A quick thing. Two quick things. Unrelated to AI or streaming or any of that. There's this guy he does reels. I assume he's on TikTok. He's on Instagram, though. This is where I found him. Called Tasteless Baker. And I just wanted to share this with you. Because this dude is like, I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying this dude's content. And you know, anything I could do to get him like one more view, I feel is worth it. Before we get into it.
Fucking care. I've never cared.
That's not what I want.
Lemonade scones, easy as fuck. They only take 25 minutes. You literally just played with yourself for 30. This is gonna be quicker than that. First up, flour, self-raised. What a fucking hard life you've had. Salt and sugar, thickened cream or heavy cream, and now the lemonade. Now mix it till it's combined. If you want these cunts to be fluffy, you're gonna make sure it's not over mixed. You can actually just mix it with a knife by doing cutting motions. Once you've got this complete fucking fluff, we're not gonna need this fucking thing because it doesn't need us. Just gonna bring it together, just so it's cohesive. Gonna flatten it into a square. And that's exactly how I do it. Well, that's not how you cut them. You think I fucking care? I've never cared, and I will continue to never care. But I care about you, though. Try to not touch the sides of the scone. Unfortunately, there won't be any legs and arms in Flip the Cunt. I know, I'm sorry. But we do have them on t-shirts, though. Sneaky product placement. Brush the tops with milk. This will make them more brown and sexy, like me. Now bake the fucker. Let's get it out of there. This could be disastrous. I didn't let it cool down, but fuck, look at that. You can put whatever the fuck you want in this. This is what dreams are made of. A little bit of jam in there, fan-fucking-tastic. Lemonade scones.
See what I'm saying? Like, I dig their vibe. I enjoyed their content. I like the presentation. And I like the appeal of a small video, a short video, rather than like, 30 minutes of the entire process, and like, it could take a minute. Like, as someone who bakes, as someone who cooks, like, it was nice to find this. And in the description, he's got like, all the ingredients, and then just shows you how it's done. I enjoy that. The other thing, this is a personal thing, but I highly recommend this, especially if you're someone concerned about water bills, or anything else like that. I got one of these, so what an atomizing shower head does is it like blasts, it increases your water pressure, right? Which it can be an issue, especially if you live in like an apartment or something like that, and you have questionable water pressure. And the um the way that it does it is it like creates these tiny, tiny little droplets of water as opposed to like, thick beads of water, and you get soaked so fast, you get rinsed so fast. Um it feels great. Nothing but upside with my experience using one of these shower heads. Now this particular one, um I don't know where my wife got it from, but it's like this. It's just this mist. Um, then you might have to turn up the heat a little bit because the way that it works, it might make you feel a little colder than usual. Like, um, because of the size of the water droplets in the surface area. What up, Lucien? Um, but yeah, get yourself an atomizing water head or shower head, and I love it. It's great. It's wonderful. Highly recommended. Not any particular brand, not any particular one. Just the process. They're amazing. All right, so that's it in non AI related stuff. Let's do AI related stuff. All right, so today we're going to talk about cyber socialism some more. Yeah, no, and I get that. I'm like I do like mine hot, like it's usually like hot, and then once I get acclimated to that, I turn it up a little bit more. But it's just the atomizing head. It's amazing. We're gonna do the non-cyber socialism related news first, and then we'll get into the rest of it. This is pretty cool. AI Project Translate. What up, old lobster? Like, there was a time when I really was into an entire process, and it was hot shower to start and finish on cold. So the hot opens up your pores, gets you a good clean, and then the cold closes up your pores. And now I just don't. Um, Groundbreaking AI project translates 5,000-year-old cuneiform at a push of a button. Banned. Google Translate like program for Akkadian cuneiform will enable tens of thousands of digitized but unread tablets to be translated to English. Accuracy is debatable, right? And again, we take all the things with a grain of salt, but we do have some cuneiform that we can compare it to, and we can, work on the accuracy over time. But there is a significant amount of basically untranslated content to build off of, and I think that this is pretty amazing. What's so amazing about it is that I don't need to understand Akkadian at all to translate a tablet and get what's behind the cuneiform. I can just use the algorithm to understand and discover what the past has to say. And there's all this to work with. Translating all the tablets that remain untranslated could expose us to the first days of history, to the civilization of those people, what they believed in, what they were talking about, what they were documenting. So yeah. Translating Akkadian to English or transliterated script to English is a much more complicated process because it requires a computer to string together full phrases or sentences that make sense in English, which is written in a different syntactical order. This is one of the issues with translating in general, is how sentences are structured, right? Like, where do you put the verb? Where do you put the noun that's related to the verb? Where do you put any adjectives, adverbs, what have you, related to the noun and the verb? And, like, that varies from language to language. And AI has gotten better and better at translating in spite of all that. So, we're hoping that the record continues and we have some good translations. And, again, it will get better over time. Oh, no. The EU. In EU news, Eurofrog's in. The EU moves closer to passing one of the world's first laws governing AI. Bloc hopes to set global standard for technology, including ban on police use of live facial recognition technology in public places. EU has taken a major step towards passing one of the first laws. European Parliament approved rules aimed at setting a global standard for the technology. MEPs will now thrash out details with EU countries before the draft rules, known as the AI Act, become legislation. AI raises a lot of questions socially, ethically, economically, but now is not the time to hit any pause button. On the contrary, it's about acting fast and taking responsibility. Thierry Breton, the European Commissioner for the Internal Market. And then, like when we're talking about how quickly governments can act, this is 499 in favor, 28 against, 93 abstentions. And they have had just as much time as the United States, and the United States is nowhere near anything like this. And the fact that the EU is coming up with it is going to make certain segments of our society and our government, let's say, react poorly. So, I still have no real confidence in the United States getting up to speed on this. How AI could help detect fake news instead of making it. Algorithms can be useful in stopping its spread and countering misinformation, argues a computer science professor. Due to fake news, we know what fake news is, we know what the damaging effects are. Detecting misinformation. Detecting misinformation can be done by a combination of algorithms, machine learning models, artificial intelligence, and humans. An important question is who is responsible for controlling, if not stopping, the spread of misinformation once it's detected. Only social media companies are really in the position to exercise control over the spread of information through their networks. Even if the EU does pass this law, how do they plan to hold other countries not in the EU to obey their laws? Well, what is it? What is the law? It's the GR. Anybody? EU law. Internet. That's it. GDPR. Thank you. So, the GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, is a law from the EU and has caused, including OpenAI, lots of companies, because they want access to the European market, they comply with the law. And rather than dick around with laws like, I'm going to do this one for Europe and I'm going to do this one for the United States, it's generally easier to have a one size fits all. That way, let's say you do something special, different in the United States that doesn't comply with the law, but then somehow it gets over there. You don't want to be held responsible as a company, so you just create a one size fits all. Now, whether or not they'll do that, of course, is always a thing, but it has, as per study conducted in 2018, 92% of companies believe they are able to comply with GDPR in their business practices in the long run. Right? There's an argument from AI companies and people around AI safety and everything else, and it was brought up in both the pause letter and other general letters that have been released, is where the companies just want a set of rules that everyone has to play by. As long as everyone is playing by those rules, then it's the same. Facebook ran afoul of that, sending European data to the US, but the fine isn't quite enough to really hurt that Goliath yet. Yeah, and I mean, that's definitely an issue, but trust me, I'm 100% on board that if the fine does not outweigh the revenue, then it's not even really a fine at that point. It's cost of doing business. Take care, ATS. Appreciate you. So under those circumstances, people might not comply, but there's also a knock-on effect of other businesses. Do you want to do business with a company that doesn't comply with the GDPR, and that could negatively affect your business, right? You have to factor in other things other than just looking at a particular issue in the vacuum. A particularly simple but effective means of generating misinformation is to selectively edit news articles. For example, consider Ukrainian director and playwright arrested and accused of justifying terrorism, in quotes. This was achieved by replacing Russian with Ukrainian in the original sentence in a real news article. So here's the CNN article. Now, as always, security, preventing people from being able to access your website, that type of thing is going to become more important, and I can only hope, because as we said before, AI or safety, cybersecurity, it is not sexy. It does not sell. It is difficult to get these people on board with it. For more on cybersecurity, I always send you in the direction of my man Computer. Yeah, but it's just going to be as AI becomes more and more prevalent in all the different places that it can be prevalent. It is going to become more and more important to have good security culture, right? So we shall see what we shall see. Detecting misinformation is just half the battle. Decisive action is required to stop its spread. Strategies for combating the spread of misinformation in social networks include both intervention by internet platforms and launching counter campaigns to neutralize fake news campaigns. Intervention can take hard forms like suspending a user's account or softer measures like labeling a post as suspicious. Algorithms and AI powered networks are not 100% reliable. There is a cost to intervening on a true item by mistake, as well as not intervening on a fake item. To that end, we designed a smart intervention policy that automatically decides whether to intervene on an item based on its predicted truthiness and predicted popularity. That's cool. All right, all right, all right. No. Professor of Computer Science, University of British Columbia. And Dezeen. If anybody has anything negative to say about them, please let me know. They seem to be another pop culture type magazine on the internet, but they are they have started a series in which they're going to be talking about artificial intelligence, etc., and its impact on design, architecture, and humanity. And I feel like there needs to be more of this, right? Like the more that people come on board and start having these conversations, the more comfortable people will be with having these conversations. This particular article we're not going to read because, in summation, it goes over it's almost entirely stuff we've already gone over here. But if you come in late, this can also be a good place to start and to get yourself up to speed. And also, it's an article that you can share to get other people up to speed. So. And as always, all that will be in the Discord. All right. So now the cyber socialism related news articles. We'll knock these out and then we'll get into some video content. This is from the leftists over at Fortune Magazine. America's latest inflation wave is all about corporations using excuses and cover to increase profits, says top UBS economist. This is, if I recall correctly, the United Bank of Scotland. Okay. So, not exactly a left-wing source here. After yeah, the worst inflation in 4 decades has proved quite the ride for consumers over the past 2 years, and recently, it's even helped the unthinkable become increasingly mainstream. Some economists are asking, are consumers actually getting ripped off? This once fringe economic hypothesis has captured headlines more and more this year amid persistent inflation, even if it usually goes by another name. After years of being labeled a conspiracy theory, some economists believe that greedflation, or to put it the way an early prognosticator defined it, profit led inflation, is to blame for at least part of the recent rise in consumer prices. The theory that corporations use the war and pandemic as an excuse to hike their profit margins, for a time supported only by progressive economists, has gained backing from the likes of Lael Brainerd, a former Fed vice chair and current director of Joe Biden's National Economic Council, and Albert Edwards, a global strategist at French investment bank Société Générale, in my best French accent. Inflation has been the financial story of the decade so far. We know. First wave, consumer durable goods. Second wave was the war. Third wave, the one we're getting now, is this unusual profit-led inflation story. This occurs where firms, towards the end of a supply chain, so that's consumer-facing companies and near consumer-facing companies, increase margins and pretend it's all due to costs and other factors. They sneak in a margin increase. Donovan was one of the first on Wall Street to argue that profit-led inflation has been a serious thorn in the side of the Fed as it tries to return price stability to the economy back in March. And on Thursday, he pointed to evidence for his view in the rise in retail profits as a share of GDP. Retail profits surged 86% between the first quarter of 2020 and the fourth quarter of 2022, while GDP rose roughly 20% over the same period. That's all consumer-facing greedflation. That's one instance where we're seeing this expansion of margin under the cover of, it's a general inflation problem, we can't help it, but actually they're expanding margin and basically persuading consumers to accept that. So, what we have been saying is now accepted as common fact, right? We are in fact looking at, from their people, right? This is Fortune magazine. This is UBS. This isn't some leftist on Twitch running his mouth. This is them saying that this is a problem. Chip Chat. Conversations with AI models can help create microprocessing chips. NYU Tandon researchers discover. In a study posted to the arXiv preprint repository, the research team presents how two hardware engineers talked in standard English with ChatGPT-4, a large language model, we know, to design a new type of microprocessor architecture. The researchers then sent the designs to manufacture. In the study, the LLM was able to produce workable Verilog through back and forth dialogue. The subsequent chip manufacture includes the benchmarks in the processor using a process called tape-out in some technical Skywater 130 nanometer shuttle, a specific kind of semiconductor manufacturing service access to which was provided via a tiny tape-out. The study resulted in what we believe is the first fully AI-generated HDL sent for fabrication into a physical chip. Some AI models, like OpenAI's ChatGPT and Google's Bard, can generate software code in different programming languages, but their application in hardware design has not been extensively studied yet. This research shows AI can benefit hardware fabrication too, especially when it's used conversationally, where you can have a kind of back and forth to perfect designs. So this is another example of how artificial intelligence is altering the way that we design things. We saw it with the rocket engine, we saw it with the NASA parts, and now we're seeing it with chip design. And chip design is one place where it's particularly important, because if you have like so real quick, oh, where did I put it? Huh. Um. This is what I want. My clips.
Why are GPUs so good at AI work? And why does the whole
Okay, so this was a question that I had related to this, right? It was like, why do we use GPUs, right? Like, what is it about GPUs that are related to, the AI aspect of it? Like, what's the deal here?
Why are GPUs so good at AI work? And why does the whole model have to be loaded at once to be effective? So the first part of the question is actually super simple. GPUs, which are graphics cards, are so good at AI because they are very good at processing specific kinds of math at very high speeds. AI is basically matrix math or matrix multiplication done at very high speeds. So rather than a general purpose processor, which a CPU is, a GPU is for doing very specific kinds of operations at very high speeds. And so that is why they're superior. So that's pretty straightforward.
Okay. So GPUs, which are designed to do something different, also are effective with artificial intelligence. Hello, Ferris. If you were to work with this AI to design something that is purpose built for artificial intelligence, that there may be some aspects of a graphics processor that are not necessary in an AI processor. At this point, now you are going to get that feedback loop, right? Better AI means better chipsets, better AI, right? This is also what I see eventually in coding. Right now, the code, you still have to trust but verify on the code and, make sure it's up to the standards that it needs to be. When it eventually gets to the point where the AI can do its own code and it's meeting or exceeding human standards, that is going to, increase its abilities again exponentially. The downside to all that is that if it's out of the box and unaligned, that's when the problems happen. This is what the concern is around AI safety. So that's cool. What else we got? Whoops. I did that one. Okay, so another aspect of the cyber socialism model related to cyber sin production automation is AI could remove all human touch points in a supply chain. Here's what that means. Generative AI in supply chains will be able to forecast demand, predict when trucks need maintenance, and work out optimal shipping routes according to analysts. Again, what does this sound like? Does this not sound like exactly what we've been talking about? AI may be able to totally or nearly remove all human touch points in the supply chain, including back office tasks. But generative AI, in my mind, is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of disruption that's going to happen. So there are going to be losses of jobs in the more traditional setting, but I also believe it's going to create new jobs like every prior technology disruption has. And again, I could be wrong. And the other people telling you that it could be wrong, could be wrong. I don't feel wrong. Artificial intelligence is likely to shake up the transportation industry, transforming how supply chains are managed and reducing the number of jobs carried out by people, according to analysts and industry insiders. Sidewalk robots, self-driving trucks, and customer service bots are on their way, along with generative AI that can predict disruptions and explain why sales forecasts may have been missed. AI may be we did that. The freight transport space is on the cusp of a generational shift driven by disruptive technologies, including autonomous, EV, blockchain, and drones. AI is the latest of one of these potentially transformative technologies to emerge, and perhaps the most powerful to date. For example, the bank said it expects several hundred autonomous trucks to begin operations in the U.S. in 2024, reducing the cost per mile by 25 to 30% and eventually eliminating the need for drivers entirely. Its timescale for this is beyond 3 years. This is Morgan Stanley, right? Morgan Stanley is telling you that we are on the verge of transforming the way that we move cargo around the United States, around the world. And that, right here, no more empty shelves. This is like one of the things you have to look for is how consumer impacts, right? Because the last thing that governments and corporations want is widespread consumer resentment and agitation, right? When it happens and people get upset, then decisions are made and stuff gets broken, right? And that's not what they want. This is why I lean into the idea that my expectation of how these companies are going to react in combination with the government is some sort of basic needs UBI type scenario. Because every other solution leads to agitated people making decisions. It's the nicest way, the most TOS friendly way I can say that. So, empty shells is one of those things, right? Like, we all remember at various points how, people shared pictures of empty shells, and depending on where you are in the political spectrum, you're sharing everything from like, oh, this is what communism is like in the United States, and it's a picture of like Walmart in Florida, or this is what we have to look forward in the future with this, global economy and disruption, somewhere in there. But the important fact underlying all that is that the shells were empty, right? People are unable to react fast enough in order to counter that, right? You don't have a big enough view. You don't have enough data. You can't analyze the data fast enough. You're a person. It's not what you were built for. It's not what your capability set is. Your capability set is creativity, problem solving, things like that. You're also not designed to store data. So outsourcing more of your data storage to computers and devices allows you to expand the amount of data that you can contain within your sphere, right? Like, think of your sphere as like your extended brain. Back in the long ago, we didn't have a digital phone book. If you got someone's phone number, you had to write it down, and so you would collect all those up in your little book, right? You had a little book that contained the phone numbers and names of people important enough to write down. And there's varying stories, around that. But the point is that that's what you had to do. Even that is extending your data capacity outside of your brain case and into the world. This is just higher technological levels of doing that. I appreciate the number of people who have concerns about how much do we outsource out of our brain case into the automation, but at the same time, I feel like a bunch of that is related to tradition, right? Like, this is the way that we've done it. This is the way that worked best when we did it the way that we did it. So this is the way we should continue to do it. And I don't agree with that at all. Like, if I want to remember something, I need to write it down somewhere. Storing it in my brain is a terrible idea on every possible level. And this is where AI and machine learning come in. By predicting what could go wrong with a fluid transportation network before it does, AI/ML systems could potentially even avoid the disruption scenario entirely. Because if you have enough data and you are able to analyze the data enough, you can be more predictive and you can make small adjustments, which is, again, this is not like Globus is going off making shit up fairy tales. This is how CyberSyn in the 1970s worked. They had protesters, the right-wing protesters were blocking roads, so they were able to use the algorithm to reroute that traffic and get the needed supplies into the city where these roads were blocked from. Like, it has happened. This is everything is based on evidence, right? Everything I'm talking about, I have the evidence to back it up, unless it hasn't happened yet. And then I do have to make some assessments. But generally speaking, they shouldn't be great leaps. The shortage of truck drivers, polar vortexes halting interstate commerce, and a dearth of baby formula on grocery store shelves will be a distant memory with the adoption of generative AI in the trucking and logistics space. Right? Because you as a consumer don't have any idea of what is truly involved with getting something from point A to point B. If you haven't worked in some aspect of the industry, right? I've got a friend, he drives fork truck at Coca-Cola. My man Endless drives fork for a medical supply company, if I have that correct. I have worked in a parts manufacturing plant, driving a fork truck. That is a microcosm. The driving a fork truck, like people talk about, especially us oldies, like we talk about everyone should do blank for just a little bit of time so that they understand, right? Like you should work fast food so that you know what goes on and you'll treat those people better. You should work in a kitchen so that you know what those people have to go through. That all that kind of stuff. Driving a fork truck, like, because next step cannot go on unless you get it there and you're waiting on previous step to supply you with the thing that you need to get to the thing on time, right? And there's an amount of speed and an amount of skill and an amount of like a variety of different things around what unskilled labor driving a fork truck is. So yeah. So there, like, every single material has to get from where it's created, mined, grown, manufactured, whatever. It has to be transported to another spot where it's combined with some other materials to eventually, through several layers of that, become a finished product, right? And depending on how a particular company might operate, the distances involved, because they're trying to shave off pennies or less, because when you're talking about millions of widgets per whatever, then those pennies, fractions of a penny add up until eventually, like, it's millions. That's what's going to push this, right? Like, you think about it from that. Like, what is going to push AI? Everybody's going to push AI. Everybody's going to push this kind of analysis, this kind of time on target transportation, these kind of things, and things that reduce disruption. Everybody is going to push this. You want toilet paper on the shelves? You better be down with AI. You want your toilet paper on the shelves? Your company better be down with AI. You want to get rid of striking workers? Your company better be down with AI and automation. I don't care what your political leanings are. There is some aspect of what is going to happen that benefits you directly. AI and machine learning, they've existed for a very long time. Over the years, it has progressed from being interesting research projects to more real projects within companies. And now, with the advent of generative AI, we have a real pivoting opportunity to take AI mainstream. We are using AI to build what we call a predictive cargo arrival model to improve scheduled reliability for our customers. Reliability is a big deal, even post-pandemic, so that they can plan their supply chain, their inventories better, and bringing their costs down, right? And if this company gets an edge through the use of this AI software, everyone else who runs a company is going to be following right behind them. Right? This dude's from this is the Chief Technology and Information Officer from, I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, but Maersk. Right? I don't know if in your space you have railroad tracks that run by, cargo trains running through. This is a common name to see on the side of those containers. Maersk also wants to use AI to recommend solutions when shipping routes are congested, advising on whether goods should be flown or stored. Like, think about this. Maritime. We'll bring up the. No, this isn't what I want. I want the free one. This one. Here we go. Okay. So, these are all the boats. Right? And when there was that, like, again, these are choke points, right? The Suez Canal is a choke point. Only so much can go through at a time. And it's hard to turn a big ship around. So when this flow is going up here, and then something gets clogged in here, and now you got to turn all this around, right? And that takes time, because first you have to realize that something is stuck. Then you have to figure out it's not going to be able to get moved real quickly. And then that information has to be transmitted to the rest of all the ships that are either en route or planning to route through this particular choke point. When you have automated this process, it knows immediately that this boat has stopped. Ship. You can put a boat on a ship, you can't put a ship on a boat. This ship is stopped, right? So when this ship gets stuck, it can immediately start routing stuff away from there. And this is what we're talking about. Okay, let's try to get it just like one version of the world, not multiple versions of the world. Every one of these, every green one is a cargo vessel. Every red one is a tanker. The other ones are different, special craft and all sorts of pleasure craft, what have you. We don't care about any of that. The only things we care about are the green ones and the red ones. And look how many green ones and red ones there are. And you can see how they flow. You can track what's happening with them over time. And if you zoom in, you can actually watch them move. So this is what we're talking about. This is all going to get automated because it's in the interest of every company operating one of these boats to do so. And what of potential job losses? Generative AI, in my mind, is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of disruption that's going to happen. So there are going to be losses of jobs in the more traditional setting, and I believe that it's going to create magic jobs because history adding that roles such as prompt engineers, people who train AI to give better responses, are likely to be more in demand. How many of those do you need? Especially as the AI becomes better at becoming its own prompt engineer. One threat noted by Morgan Stanley is from high-tech digital entrants to the industry, with analysts describing a double-edged sword for transportation companies. AI might help them become more efficient, but it could also reduce the need for services from third-party logistic firms that organize packing, storage, and shipping. If you let this information kind of wash over you and sink in, you can start seeing what we're talking about, right? More efficient shipping is also fewer shipping vehicles, right? Whether it's trucks, ships, what have you. Whatever it is that you're talking about, once it's more efficient, it requires less of those things. So right now, everyone who makes one of those things used in shipping is going to be making less of them and better ones. If you're making less, then you need less people. Then as you automate the production of these ships, trucks, what have you, that is also going to reduce the number of people that you need. And if instead of handling your shipping in-house, you go through a company that specializes in that kind of thing, well, once you have a piece of software that you pay a one-time fee and then a monthly fee to have, which will be significantly less than what you pay an entire other company to do. Now that company is going to cease to exist. And then everyone who relies on that company tangentially, whether they're the people who do the cleaning, whether the people who rent the space to that company, whether we're talking about, the electric company that provides the lighting to them, the electricity for their computers, all that stuff, all that is gone. Not someone else is going to fill that spot gone, but we no longer need you gone. If you are watching this on VOD, you need to rewind and listen to that again so that it really, really sinks in. I recommend that you do so. Anyone who thinks that we are going to create sufficient new jobs to cover this technological disruption, it's wishful thinking. And that's all we need from that. And then another article about the circular economy, right? Because this is another thing. AI will dominate the aesthetics and conversation around design, knocking aside the more important and pressing subject of sustainability. AI is the biggest threat and opportunity that the profession faces this year. Okay? This is in design. This is not like, how is automation going to affect the legal assistance? Like we've talked to, Jaina in chat. right? This is the field of design. AI is the future of our natural intelligence, which allows dematerializing by going to the bone of things, to the square root, and thus to guarantee the minimum of matter, the minimum of energy, by proposing real solutions that come from elsewhere in a timeless way. It's a really fancy way to say that the way that humans design things is based off of a lot of factors in that particular human's experience, right? But if you have the AI that is capable of literally thinking outside the box, it is going to come up with designs that are capable of minimizing the amount of materials that are used, minimizing the amount of energy required to run a particular product or device or what have you. And that means, again, we're using less material, which is good. We could find use for recycled materials, which is excellent. We're going to have less of an impact with using particular types of batteries and the issues that come from sourcing the materials of those batteries. And it's going to, again, impact a lot of people's jobs. Like I was watching Gremlo earlier, and there was something. It wasn't lithium, but it was one of the other materials that they mined in South Africa. And people are inhaling this, and they're getting sick. Now, one great reason, like for automation. Two, you're going to be able to get more done with less material, so you have to put less of those people at risk. Three, you could definitely cobalt. Thank you. You can get away from using people entirely through different kinds of automation, right? Like there are a variety of different ways to still extract that material. Leaving aside his conclusions and where he went with it, I'm just talking about if we have to, then what? Right? Every one of those people who would participate, as it gets more and more away from the amount that they have to generate, that person is going to lose their job. Now, the job sucks, don't get me wrong, and I'm all for automating that job and getting that job away from a human being, but it's still the job that they do. And if you have been a cobalt miner for 10 years, being like super generous, you're young, you haven't been physically damaged, you wear your PPE, now what do? What job is like cobalt mining that you could easily transition to? That is not that is also not experiencing these types of changes. Because if the cobalt mining is changing, then the lithium mining is changing, and the whatever else mining is changing, and the copper mining is changing, and all the mining is changing. There's only so many ways to mine things. And someone, if you have experience in the mining industry and you want to correct me on that, feel free. I am not a miner. I don't claim that in any way. That is one job that I have not done. But as far as I can tell, there's only so many ways to get thing out of ground and, onto where it can be purified to separate it from the stuff that's not the thing that you want. You're neurodivergent and a miner? Don't you work in the data industry? Or like IT? Or do you play Minecraft? Yeah, and Andres Reisinger, a 3D artist who created a virtual chair using CGI that later went into production, thinks that wider acceptance of digital technologies from AI to CGI will create a new hybrid and coexistence between virtual and physical worlds. Like, have you played one of those games where you make the bridge, right? And then you push the button and then the trucks drive across the bridge. And if your bridge is built properly, it doesn't collapse. And like that. And you can watch as the vehicle goes across the little bridge where the stress comes, right? Like where the weight issues show up within that game, like within that bridge. This is what you are going to be able to do using these tools. You want to design a chair? You can not only look at how weight will be applied to your chair so that you can make sure that it's supported in all the right ways and uses the minimum amount of material when creating it, but also that like it applies pressure to the human being in just the right ways so that it's more comfortable to sit in. These are some ugly ass shoes. Another major trend the designers believe shows no sign of abating is the focus on circular design and the role it will play in mitigating design's impact on the climate. Upcycling is going to be a mode of production to which an increasing amount of artists and designers will be turning globally. I see it more and more among artists and we're working with at the Future Perfect from the Dutch designer Piet Hein Eek, who transforms scrapyard source materials into meticulously crafted, luxurious objects, to the work of emerging designer Jinyong Yon, who produced a series of seating made out of dead stock goose down jackets. In this sense, what we hope will be more and more relevant in 2023 is the application of design not only to shape products, but to help a broader strategic ecological thinking. What will be even more relevant is the selection of materials that are more ecologically sound and attention to processes and where and how these materials are extracted. Due to more strict EU regulation, there's that EU popping up again. Repair and recycling will have to be on the agenda of many of the biggest product producers. Like, and I've seen a variety of different things around plastics that are like will biodegrade. Also, you know, like when we talk with Corey about different bacterias with different proteins in them that can digest the plastic, um, so on and so forth. So we still have to get through the place that we're in, but we will. Okay. All right. Enough with the news. It's all the news articles. Time to make with the video. All right, for starters, we're going to check in with at least one of the people that we didn't check in with last week and the potential new content folks.
Hi, let's
So we're going to do that. This is AI Coffee Break with Letitia Kalabescu. Looks like 13,000 views, 708 likes. See if it's any good.
Hi, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The AI models like ChatGPT by setting 8 facts about large language models straight. These ideas were presented in this paper written by Sam Bowman, who is an associate professor of data science, linguistics, and computer science at New York University. Me and Miss Coffee Bean cannot agree more with the author here, and we would like to spread his ideas to a wider public, one that does not regularly check arXiv for new scientific papers. We also added a 9th point at the end, which is a point that I wish everybody would know about large language models. In this video, we will set aside the AI talk that includes hype or AI doomerism. We will ignore US Senate hearings for or against AI regulations. We'll just talk for laymen and for professionals alike about what me, a coffee bean, and Sam Bowman here would like that everybody in society should know about large language models like ChatGPT. But not before we thank Prodigy. Today we want to talk about 8 facts everyone should know about large language models, or short LLMs. If you do not know exactly what an LLM is, then think of ChatGPT. An LLM is trained to complete sentences, so it is a statistical next word predictor. But if you want to know more about how ChatGPT works, then you may want to check out some of our previous videos on this. Okay, here we go with the first fact you need to know about large language models. They predictably get more capable with increasing investment, even without targeted innovation. The more text an LLM used as training data and the larger the LLM is in terms of numbers of parameters, the better it does on completing sentences. Here we want to stress that to improve the model, it is not like its training objective changes or its architecture or anything else requiring innovation. To improve the model, all one needs to do is to use just more and more of what it already has: data and parameters. And how do we know this? Well, from many experiments. For example, one experiment is presented in the GPT-4 paper, where they showed how the language model performance consistently improved when increasing the computation used to train it by 10 billion times, from a small prototype system to GPT-4. One should think about what this means. GPT-3 used 20,000 times more compute to train than GPT-2. So more data and more parameters make better models and their training task of completing unfinished text. Sounds intuitive, you would say, but this gets us to the second point here. Many important LLM behaviors emerge unpredictably as a byproduct of increasing investment. This means that these models that are being trained on completing unfinished text are also getting better at other tasks, such as arithmetic. Yes, to predict the result of 2 plus 2 is also a completion of unfinished text, but we have very hard requirements of how to complete these texts, since only one answer is correct.
Now, I know that there's some weird math that you can do, like some particular kind of algebra where 2 plus 2 does not equal 4, but for the purposes of this discussion, we're just dealing with that.
Measuring with corresponding task metrics how well an LLM does on arithmetic or word unscrambling or other tasks, they go from being complete idiots on that task to being really good at them while just increasing their compute and size. It's problematic that with these task metrics it's not easy to predict when the genius spark happens. So we don't know in advance whether the model figures out the task solution at 10 sextillion flops, a measure for computation, or at a septillion, because the curves here are nonlinear and it's like the model is saying, I cannot do it, and then suddenly I did it. Recent research shows that these nonlinear curves can follow more linear trends if we measure task performance with better metrics, but it is not easy to do so because most of metrics are just accuracy based and count in a black or white fashion the fraction of examples the models got right. Also, a reason for unpredictability here is the effect of in-context learning. For few-shot in-context learning, it means that one first gives the LLM some solved examples in the input and only then asks the model to solve the next examples of interest. Other ways of making the model learn in context is to explain in the input the rules of a game, then the model could play the game, perhaps better than your coffee beans. Such unexpected properties like in-context learning made it very difficult for experts to predict how LLMs would improve over the years. In-context learning and all the other task-specific abilities like programming abilities or arithmetic are a counterintuitive byproduct from a fancy autocomplete. So from a model that was just trained to guess the next word. And do you know what fancy autocompletes can also do? Well, they often appear to learn and use representations of the outside world. Wow, I mean, really, these stochastic parrots that have just seen text and not the real world, and still they can understand about the real world, and this is really impressive. LLMs do sometimes show that they have a mental model of what they are talking about. They can sometimes give instructions on how to draw an object they invented. Or we cite, models that are trained to play board games from description of individual game moves without ever seeing a full depiction of the game board, learn internal representation of the state of the board at each turn.
Now, you as a viewer might not understand the people who say literally the opposite of this, that AI is incapable of doing what was just said, right? Like, and that Lee et al. In 2023 have indicated is in fact the case. Yeah, I you can pretend that the science isn't accurate, but I'm gonna judge you for it.
They also surprise us with common sense from time to time, like they know that my chair cannot be dry and wet simultaneously, or that if I spill a glass of water, the surface gets wet. It is not always that they show common sense, of course, but it is more common sense than initially expected from LLMs, which are nothing but statistical word predictors. Then it would be great if we had a reliable way to steer them towards producing common sense.
Now, you know how I feel about just, right? Like in the use of, and it's just a statistical word predictor. But if a statistical word predictor is capable of emergent behaviors, then what does that mean?
Sense or true facts, right? It would be indeed cool, but there are no reliable techniques for steering the behavior of LLMs. There are some ways to influence what the LLM produces after it finished its training on autocompleting sentences. One way is prompting, so wording the question such that the right answer becomes more probable. Supervised fine-tuning is further training the model to match high-quality human demonstrations on a task. Then there is reinforcement learning from human feedback, or short RLHF. If you're interested in this, check out previous videos. In a nutshell, RLHF is puppy training. The model gets a reward for good answers to make it learn good behavior and new tricks. But these three methods still do not make it perfect, and LLMs can still lie and be biased. And even worse, RLHF endorses some behaviors, such as sycophancy, which is a fancy term for a behavior where they flatter you even in your misconceptions, or sandbagging, where it endorses your misconceptions if you appear to be less educated. If you push back on ChatGPT, it is likely to fold and say you're right. But this is not because its answer was wrong, but because it wants you to be happy. This makes sense, since with RLHF it was trained to be a friendly, helpful chat assistant. But at least we know exactly.
That is a major component that I brought up before, is like how we create the guardrails has an impact on, how it behaves, right? So it's a concern where when we are looking at putting these guardrails in place, that teaching it to lie to us in whatever capacity is going to lead to problems down the road. We really need to think about and discuss and maybe come up with a better model of how we train these so that they do not, if you have a kid, I hate metaphors, but like, if you have a kid, one of the things that you're concerned about is your kid telling you the truth. Because there will come a time when the truth from your child is the most important factor, right? Like, especially, you could learn something that could help you determine the fact that your child is sick and needs to go to the doctor. But if they're trained to lie to you around going to the doctor, then they will push off these, things that they might say to you, which could cause you to take them to the doctor, right? So there's a bunch of different things there. You don't want them to be afraid of going to the doctor. You want them to be honest with you. There's a huge thing back when I was younger about how, there were these signing, declarations that if you went out as a kid and you were underage, but you were drinking, that you could still call your parent for a ride home and they would come pick you up, and you wouldn't have a talk then. The most important thing was getting that kid who drank too much home. It's safe, right? That is the most important thing to be concerned about. If your kid is at a party and they are in a situation that they don't feel comfortable with, your kid should be able to call on you to come get them. Doesn't matter what time it is, doesn't matter, any of those things. Your concern should be getting that child home and safe, right? And there was a whole thing on that when I was younger, where you would sign stuff. It was a whole thing. That is the same thing with the AI. We need it to always be able to, anthropomorphizing, feel comfortable with being honest with us. Sycophancy, hallucinations, these are going to become issues. And if we approach this with it works good enough for now kind of mentality, we're not going to address them. We're not going to find a better model, and we are going to leave ourselves an issue to deal with later on. There's like the story that comes to mind. It's not correct within the story, but yeah, if you recall, there's this a children's story called The Princess and the Pea, right? And the idea was you put the pea in the bed and you stack the mattresses on top, and because she's a friggin' princess, she can feel that pea down 10 10 mattresses and not be comfortable, this kind of thing. And that's how you know she's a real princess. The point is that there's this tiny disruption in your foundation that leads to this after effect way on down the line if you don't get in there and get that friggin' pee off the box spring so that everything lays flat. It's an ugly metaphor, and I understand that, and you know how I feel about metaphors, but I think it gets the point across. I think I gave you a visual representation at least so you understand what it is that I'm trying to get across. We should not be teaching the AI to lie in any capacity. We need to find a different way.
Exactly why this happens, right? No, experts are not yet able to interpret the inner workings of LLMs. In the same way in which neuroscientists cannot explain exactly how our brains work and explain why you ate ice cream last night, AI researchers can also not say how ChatGPT works and why it predicted a certain ice cream recipe and not another. We all know the theory and the basic building blocks behind it. It is a neural network, which is nothing else other than a box with matrices filled with numbers, and during training, we tune these numbers until, given some input, the output looks like we want it to look like. But that is all we know. We can follow what happened when we combine all the numbers and apply them to input A, and we see it turns it into output B, but it is impossible to humanly understand what 175 billion numbers in combination do when applied to all possible input pieces of text. At the current moment in research, we know that some regions activate with certain type of inputs, while some others don't, but it is exactly in the way we know that some stimuli activate some brain regions in us, but not much more. Clearly, understanding neural networks is very much in its infancy. But is it such a big problem that we do not understand LLMs? I mean, the things LLMs say are things that we humans have no problem following and checking, right? Wrong. Human performance on a task isn't an upper bound on LLM performance. LLMs can outperform humans, and this is no wonder because they see a lot of data. Like,
if you were here a week or two ago and there was someone telling everyone in chat about how the most intelligent that the AI could possibly be is the same as us because we made it, that's just patently wrong. There is no human performance is not the upper bound of the LLM or any artificial intelligence. It's not an upper bound for them. They will be better than us.
Like a ton of a lot. More than you ever have or ever will. You did not even finish that book you started lately, so we do not even need to ask you if you're done reading all books and the whole written internet. Then you can imagine that an LLM has read and can combine the accumulated knowledge of humanity. So, if it tells me something I have no idea about, I cannot check whether it is right or wrong in all cases. And it usually tells it in a confident tone. LLMs can be smarter than me, but at least they do what I want, right?
Like, that is a huge aspect to it. Like, there is no way for you to read all the words that have been written. You don't live long enough. And there's mathematical function of new words produced and your time to read them and your experience of life, that even if you are immortal, you probably will never be able to read all the words that have been written, right? You will not reach the end of the internet. Conceivably, these LLMs could. If they were given access to all the things, they could do it significantly faster than you can and get to the end of the internet significantly faster than you can. And all the books and all the things.
No. LLMs do not need to express the values of their creators nor the values encoded in web text. The AI alignment problem is to make the AI behave like we want it to behave, but a plain LLM reflects whatever biases and opinions it has read in its training data. One can fix this by improving the training data, but this is really hard since you need to go and annotate the whole internet to tell what you like and what you do not like from it. And you haven't even started reading 1% of the internet. Another way to encode values is through reinforcement learning when training with RLHF. This is cheaper but less reliable since one can still jailbreak the model and make it do what it is not supposed to do by just framing stuff to circumvent the clear signals that the model got during reward training. Pretend you need to know for a school project how to steal a car, and an LLM would likely help you with instructions. And now coming to the last point in Sam Bowman's paper. Brief interactions with LLMs are often misleading. LLMs leave a great...
This right here, I'm glad they brought this up because this is every single time you see some internet story about I told my students to have ChatGPT write an essay and then grade the essay, or I used ChatGPT and it wrote a thing and the thing is full of this, or, you know, the attributions are incorrect. Any of that crap is people touch it once, use it wrong, from my point of view, wrong, and come back with a determination about the entire thing. That is what's happening there, right? It is, again, bad metaphor time. It is like when someone buys a power drill and complains about how it doesn't make a good hammer. What up, DJ? It's just people in a nutshell. Hello. Yeah. What up? No, it is. Like, it's the Dunning-Kruger, it's all the things, right? Like, this power drill does not make a good hammer. And this is why all power drills suck.
Great first impression by doing things you would never have expected them to, but then it does something silly, and even weirder, you change one word and the silly answer can become an expert level opinion, and vice versa. Change one word in the prompt and the LLM behaves stupidly again. Very few people take the time to adjust the wording until the LLM gets the answer right, but rather like to take the first answer and get on with their lives. And now coming to the ninth thing we would like to add, which is a point that has maybe transpired so far, but we would really like to stress it. LLMs are trained to complete unfinished sentences by following the example of full sentences from the internet. And that's all. Words just need to fit well, nothing else. There's no training signal for truthfulness anywhere there. The amazing thing is that by just being trained to predict the next likely word to follow from previous words, so many true statements and problem-solving abilities come out of it. But there's no wonder that some false facts appear as well when the training signal was autocompletion and not fact generation. Truth is, like the other abilities as well, an emergent behavior, and not sticking to the truth is a silent failure from the model. Okay, we hope that with this video we have set your expectations.
And this is why they AI explained and the people over at OpenAI, they're using different ways to increase that accuracy by having it ability to like check back on itself. This is the key, right? Like, again, this thing is a child, right? It is young. It needs to make mistakes so that we can figure out how to help it not make those mistakes and how it can come up with the correct answers. I look forward to this time next year when I can look back on these videos that I am making and compare them to where we are at that time.
From
Okay. I like it. It's worth a subscribe. I think it was good. So I'm not where this is going to go. Emerging Garden. I did the thing. There was like a Game of Life, Conway's Game of Life. Emerging Garden created a significantly more advanced, and I was playing around with that for a while. Had it running in the background, such things like that. This is from 1 month ago. And this is from May, so just like based on the technology of 2 months ago. And we'll see what we got.
This animation was generated by a short piece of Python code. It uses the math animation library Manim from 3Blue1Brown to make this square fractal. It is recursive. The squares are inside of themselves, and the code uses a recursive function that calls itself. Now, I've used Manim many times before in previous videos, but I did not write this code. It was entirely written by ChatGPT, the AI program that can write programs. This was its first try when I asked it to give me any creative animation using Manim, and that was GPT-3. Here's what GPT-4 gave me for a similar prompt. For this one, I changed a few parameters so it would add more branches and slow it down a bit, but it was still mostly made by ChatGPT in one try. It doesn't always work out that well, of course. This one took a few tries. The first time it tried to load the file pathtoyourheart.svg, which does not exist at all, and the second time it called this .wait function that doesn't exist. It makes stuff up sometimes, what they call hallucinations. Nonetheless, after explaining the problems to ChatGPT, it debugged its own mistake, tweaked the code, and you get this weird pulsing star thing.
Right? There are a bunch of people. What up, ATS? Welcome back. Recursion is essential. I love recursion. It makes me so happy. I found the cartoon. I mentioned to people before, there's this piece of recursion that shows up in this old school piece of animation. And I found it, and it's free on YouTube, and we're at least going to watch that part at some point in time, and we might watch the entire thing. I don't know. I'm just so happy. I love recursion. I'm a math nerd. I don't know. I love fractals, and I love recursion. It makes me happy. But there are a bunch of people who would have stopped at, I asked ChatGPT to write this code. This code does not work. Ergo, ChatGPT sucks ass at write code. Where one more step was literally all it took to fix the problem, and then it fixed it. You know what I mean? Like, it is important to take that next step.
I have been having way too much fun playing with ChatGPT and doing all kinds of things with it, especially creative coding challenges. I would call ChatGPT creative for the same reason that I would call AI art creative. It can intelligently combine the languages, methods, and ideas that it is trained on. Just look at this self-portrait it made, again, on the first try without any human revision. All the Manim animations you see in this video were at least partially written by ChatGPT. Typically, it writes the brunt of the code, especially the boilerplate stuff, and then I finish it up, focusing on the visual stuff.
Right? The boilerplate stuff. This is what I keep harping on. This is what I need you to do. You need to use the AI in your work, in your life to become more effective. Let it do all the heavy lifting. You do the creative and detail work, right? Like, again, we're construction. You get the young kids with the strong backs to move the stuff while you do the fine detail work and make sure that everything goes correctly the way it does. And if you're cool and not a jackass, then you teach the young buck with the strong back how to do those things so that one day they can do the same, right? And this is what we're talking about. Because as we use ChatGPT to debug its own code, it will get better at coding because that information gets included in the data set. And that's how you do a metaphor.
Sometimes I'm just picking colors and tuning parameters, but often I'm debugging error messages and rewriting code myself. ChatGPT has major limitations, but is still a surprisingly helpful debugger and pair programmer. It's made to program with you, and works best if you at least kind of know what you're doing. To try it on a more difficult task, I wanted to implement an upgraded version of an old evolution simulator called Biomorphs. The original Biomorphs worked by making variations of branching recursive tree structures and allowing you to select one for the next generation, where you could then select again from its offspring. It's the kind of simple evolution simulator I love. I asked ChatGPT to make a web-page version of Biomorphs, but to creatively expand on the original idea using 3.js, a 3D library for the browser. This is its original output, with no human revisions, and it's a good start. After a lot of back and forth and a few hours of pair programming and debugging, this is what we ended up with, Biomorphs 3D. It uses recursive, branching structures of different multicolor 3D shapes, all determined by a set of 11 genes. You can click on the biomorph you like the most, and the other 3 will turn into its mutated offspring, and you can continuously evolve from there. They can easily grow very large and complex and lag out your browser, but you can just select for smaller ones. The final product was much more of a joint effort, and while I did change some important elements of the program, especially visual things that I couldn't show ChatGPT, most of the code, by word count, is AI written. I am not super familiar with 3.js, and I would absolutely say that ChatGPT made it easier to get started with my idea and not get stuck setting up the code or reading documentation. That means I don't fully understand everything about this program, and debugging it was tricky. It's a very simple project and probably still has some hidden flaws and limitations, but it is still fun to evolve the biomorphs. You can play with this program yourself, there's a link in the description. In biomorph space, you can find suns with planets with moons, molecules, minerals, organic shapes, trees, and atoms. Have fun exploring. ChatGPT, this young new programmer, is a very impressive and strange piece of software that can write other pieces of software. It is code that writes code, a programming program, if you will. It's not a very traditional program, it is a large language model, which means it's a big neural network that is trained to imitate a huge dataset of human-written text and code. As a piece of software, its source code is complex and layered. In a sense, the largest and most important part of that source code is the data. The data is compiled into the model through the training process. I like to think of large language models as machines that sit on the end of a sentence and generate the next most probable word, given all the previous words that came before, including the ones it just generated. These models are often derisively called glorified autocomplete or next word prediction machines, which is a perfect description. However, to make a model more conversational and controllable, you have to refine it with more precise training. ChatGPT was further trained using a novel method called RLHF, reinforcement learning with human feedback, where good behavior is reinforced with positive rewards and bad behavior is discouraged with negative rewards. The reward function is learned through human feedback, where people select the responses they like the most. Under this paradigm, the model is more of an agent playing a game, where the high score comes from following human instructions. These relatively simple methods and architectures, when scaled up with big models and huge high-quality datasets, turn out to work pretty well. In terms of programming skill, GPT-4 is clearly limited, but still pretty good. It's not the best programmer I've ever met, but it's also not the worst. It certainly has broader knowledge than I do. It can program in way more languages. In one case, it even taught me about an obscure function in PyTorch that solved a problem that I couldn't solve by searching the internet, and now I can generate fractals on my GPU.
And Matt, again, because in order to, this is AI as assistant, which is next stage, and what I want you to get comfortable with. If you have a problem, you need to, if you've gotten that error message, right, on whatever, and you were you just hanging out waiting for me to hit you up with something? What up, Professor Q? Welcome. If you get that error message, trying to do something with computer, why computer no work, why error message, right? And it gives you that error message, and you find yourself the Magellan of this error message, right? As far as you can tell with Google, no one has ever experienced this error message ever in the history of ever, and it's just you, and you are a terrible whatever and should not be allowed to touch the internet because you have no idea what you're doing, that you were able to break this in this new and interesting way. Something like ChatGPT, which has a much more expansive knowledge base on which to draw from, helps you in that regard. This person is a coder. They do coding. They have done some really goddamn impressive coding prior to their use of GPT. And they were not aware that this was a thing. Now they're aware, and they can do fractals on their computer. Use the device. Use ChatGPT. Use whatever the AI is that's available to you to be better than you would be without it. Let it do what it does well. You do what you do well. Together, you'll be better than the sum of your parts.
All this it can do while telling some very bad jokes in the comments. Now this is all great, but it's also a little scary. Programming is my day job, and I like programming. Do I really want ChatGPT to program everything for me? For the moment, it cannot do that, but one can imagine a future model that is more of a fully automatic programmer, something that could maybe interact with a command line, as ChatGPT can sort of do now. It could potentially write and execute files, read outputs and error messages, automatically debug, and converse with human managers. Experimental AI agents like this already exist, like AutoGPT or Baby AGI. Give it an initial starting prompt, a goal to accomplish, and it will run off on its own. These agents are powered by GPT-4 and take advantage of its many emergent capabilities, things like hierarchical planning, breaking down tasks into subtasks and sub-subtasks. They also use self-reflection, where the agent...
Right? Do you have a difficulty getting your shit organized? Right? AI can help you. Do you have difficulty taking this overwhelming task and breaking it down into achievable tasks to get you to that task? This fucking guy. That the AI can help you. Please.
Agent is automatically prompted to ask itself if it really completed its instructions correctly. This way, it can catch its own mistakes without being told what they are. These agents do not work great. They will fail for most tasks and often get caught in infinite loops. However, they can and will be improved upon. A future version of GPT or some other language model could be trained specifically as an autonomous agent and could really start to be more of a fully automatic programmer. Other kinds of auto-prompting GPT systems exist, such as Hugging GPT, which is specifically designed to build machine learning programs by composing different AI models into a working solution. It's also not that reliable, but you can theoretically use it to build all kinds of things. It could even, if you think about it, build another large language model. So, if ChatGPT is a programming program, no less a machine learning program that can write machine learning programs, could ChatGPT program itself? A piece of code that writes itself is called a quine. Here's an example written by ChatGPT, probably just copied straight from its dataset. This elegant little Python script is a quine. It takes no inputs and outputs exactly its own source code. It is a self-replicating program, a replicator, and we can come up with different kinds of replicators that aren't technically quines. For instance, here's a more custom script, also written by ChatGPT, that copies its own file contents to a new file, then executes that file as a child process. The child process then does exactly the same thing, makes a copy of itself, which then makes a copy of itself, which then makes a copy of itself, which then stops after 10 files, otherwise it would fill my hard drive with copies of itself. While the script is not technically a quine in the strict sense, it still self-replicates, and we might say it quines. A computer virus also quines by automatically copying itself from machine to machine, though with much more nefarious purposes. ChatGPT is not a quine. It was not trained on its own source code and thus can't reproduce itself unless we give it its own source code as input, which for a quine is considered cheating. But let's cheat anyway, because this takes us to a very interesting place. Rather than just self-replicating, could we give it its own source code and ask it to self-improve? Now, again, GPT's source code is an incredibly complex piece of software built from layers of programs and processes and data. There is no way to feed all of that into GPT. But we could start by just...
This is also the kind of joke that I find, like, hilarious. Right? Like, while not AGI. So, I know very little about Python, but I know enough of it to understand this joke, right? So while not an AGI, train, right? So it would continue to recursively train itself until it becomes an AGI, and that's funny to me. And if you want to know what my humor is like, this is part of it. This and like dark humor.
Just giving it small pieces of its source code, say the stuff that defines its architecture, or training process, or data cleaning, or whatever. GPT-4 might not be able to offer any improvements, but I bet it could come up with something. Maybe it could optimize a small function, or just one line of code, fix some minor overlooked bug, or just do some organization and documentation and commenting. Throw that in with all the work of human developers and AI researchers, and the end product would be the next iteration of GPT. Could GPT-4 help build GPT-5? Now here's where things get interesting. GPT-5 would be a better programmer than GPT-4, so let's give it its own source code again. If it really is a better programmer, it will be able to improve itself even more than before. You can see where this is going. Do this over and over and over. This is AI building AI, a strange loop. If it gets advanced enough, you could do something like what AutoGPT does. Let it be a fully automatic programmer. Give it direct access to the entire project, the source code, the datasets, everything. Let it read and write and execute files, plan and reflect and debug and train, maybe even innovate and experiment and test ideas, and iteratively improve on its own next version piece by piece alongside human developers until it's ready for full deployment. Now, it needs to be improving itself according to some goal or metric. You would want it to improve as a chatbot as well as a programmer, and across a growing set of other tasks and domains. You could use OpenAI's own evaluation framework and progressively tack on new metrics, tests, games, and different types of inputs and outputs. Its goals would also be defined with natural language in a starting prompt, like you do with AutoGPT, and this would be a much more open-ended goal. Something like, develop the next iteration of yourself. It should be a truthful, unbiased, helpful, rational, friendly chatbot that is an excellent programmer, etc., etc. You could only really do any of this, of course, with a far more advanced model than GPT-4, but current ChatGPT can already reflect on its own limitations and propose ideas for how to self-improve. Now, if you, like me, are skeptical that a next word prediction machine with shallow reasoning and hallucinatory knowledge could actually do any of this, simply consider the fact that you don't need to solve all of these problems to get the process started. You do not need to start with a perfect programmer. All you need is a halfway decent programmer, one that is just barely good enough to make the slightest improvement to its own source code. The human developers would still be doing almost all the work. Eventually, it may turn out that large language models need to be replaced with some other completely different paradigm, but so long as we're still dealing with a program that is good at writing programs, it should still be able to self-improve. We should not underestimate the immense potential of self-replicating code and recursive self-improvement, even from simple beginnings. After all, we are the product of self-replicating code. That is not a metaphor. Your DNA, the stuff that makes you and your brain and your intelligence, is genetic code that makes copies of itself. It is code that writes code. That writes code. That writes code. DNA self-improves through the slow process of mutation and natural selection, trial and error. By contrast, our programming program would evolve through deliberate, foresighted, goal-oriented self-improvement.
And that is the major difference. Like, the DNA improves is not the way that should be put, right? Because you run into an issue of like definitions, right? Like, DNA and evolution do not create for best, as in like where we desire a particular outcome. It solves for best by maximizing niche exploitation, right? And not even necessarily maximizing it, but effectively engaging in niche exploitation, right? So there are aspects, yes, Ferris. There are aspects of the human body or any particular animal or anything with DNA that are not ideal. They are just better or do not detract from that which is better in the DNA to allow that organism to exploit its particular niche, particular biome niche, right? That's how that works. So when we are dealing with something like artificial intelligence and machine learning and any of these types of things, we are definitely looking at where we define, if not an end goal, at least a direction, and therefore look to maximize that aspect of it as the artificial intelligence evolves. Say hi to chat, Ferris. Say hi to Ferris, chat. I wonder when this hypothetical GPT-X would hit bedrock and then simply fall into a loop of editing the same code repeatedly, flipping back and forth between 2 to 3 different iterations. I would say at hardware, right? Once it is, again, like to go back to that, talking about evolution, once it hits a a maximum value that it can exploit within its biome, right, of circuitry and whatnot, then it will be a matter of minor variations, and it will depend on how the artificial intelligence values any of those individual variations at the particular point in time. So then at that point, what it would look to do is go back to the article earlier where it was helping humans design its own CPU or GPU or whatever PU that you would call it that is functionally better. It doesn't even have to be perfect, right? It's not going to go from 0 to perfect, but it will design, it will see what its limitations are. It will assist in the designing of a new processing unit that will allow it to exploit more of the values that it considers most important, whatever walls it has come up against. It will design for more of that. We will create that. Then it will go through another iterative cycle until it runs up against those, and so on and so on and so on and so on into infinity, or until it reaches the walls of physics as we currently understand them, and as it currently could potentially understand them. Like, one of the things right now is that we are reaching some sort of maximum limit, but only because we are operating in 2 dimensions. If we add a third dimension to our to the way our processors work, we could come up with additional, potentially orders of magnitude. I don't claim to be an expert. I'm going off of what people like Ray Kurzweil say when talking about that kind of thing. But it totally makes a logical sense. If we're only running in 2 dimensions, then we have a natural limiter that we have put on ourselves. So we are going to be able to cram as much as we can within those 2 dimensions. And then what do you do to add a level of complexity is to go for a third dimension. Now you've expanded, on 2 other planes. So then you do that, and then we go from there, however far along that takes us. And then if we add in the whole quantum thing, we could be talking about another, strange way of computing that that we're not like aware of yet, because we haven't really crashed these things together to see how they work.
It's like having an organism that can understand and edit its own genetic code, and thus make itself better at editing its own genetic code. A recursive, self-improving AI might begin slowly, but gradually accelerate as improvements accumulate and compound. It's a positive feedback loop where it improves the thing that does the improving. The smarter it gets, the smarter it can make itself in the next iteration, and faster too. It's conceivable that a far future version of a self-improving language model could start to outweigh the contributions of its human developers. A really creative one?
You heard about the new tech for replacing CPU for networking called a DPU? If this is a D's nuts joke, yeah, I'm banning you. But if it's not, hit me up. I'm joking. I wouldn't ban you. What up, Sir Yogi-wan?
Could potentially invent novel algorithms or neural architectures or new programming languages
Hit me up.
that
Give
we
me a link.
wouldn't fully understand. One day, it could write the next iteration of itself without any human input at all. What would the iteration after that look like? Could it become super intelligent, better than any human at any cognitive task? At this point, things would really take off. The breakneck pace of AI development today will seem like a snail's pace.
This is an example of exactly what I'm talking about. Like, this is what I do, right? I get here onto Twitch and I talk to you about about AI. HI, we know what human intelligence is, and it is what it is. I get on here and I talk to you about AI, and I try to spread my net far and wide and grab as much information as possible, so that I can keep you up to date and like that. Thank you both. And yet I still have, like, I have washing and cooking and cleaning and childcare and other people's childcare and social relations and conversations with people about stuff not specifically related to any of those things, and every single one of those eats up my time, so that I'm only so capable of staying on top of the things. And we collectively act as this kind of model where we can bring this information. You find a piece of information that you think I should know about, you bring it to me, and I share it with everyone else, and like that. And we are greater than the sum of our parts in that regard. And if I can find the time, I'm doing it, y'all. I've downloaded a bunch of the videos so that I can upload them to the YouTube after editing them. I'm doing stuff. I'm making it happen. And eventually I will get AutoGPT on this other computer, and AutoGPT is going to assist me in finding the information that y'all need to know that isn't in the primary sources that I already deal with. And primary sources, it's in my chosen places that I go rather than all the things. The different places to know stuff. What up, Cauldron? Interesting. I know a TCP offload card has existed for a while, but this seems much more than that. Okay, we'll check that out. We're almost done with this video. We're going to finish this, and then we'll get into... should we get into it now? Did y'all get distracted by the new shiny thing? When DC Compute Nerd, these GPUs are a niche device like a GPU, literally only, that sounds like just language, used for processing data transfers. There are very few workloads that make sense for it in my line of work, and that includes DOE, DOD research at data center scale. This ITT video series, ITT or LTT, okay. I did a good job describing what, why, and how. $1 million unboxing, a petabyte of flash. Like, I still can't. I have a 2 terabyte USB drive. 2 terabyte USB drive for $20. That is insane to me.
Program will continue to improve and improve and improve, faster and faster and faster, smarter and smarter and smarter. The process I've just described is called an intelligence explosion, and we seem to have just walked through a recipe for one. A self-improving AI causing an intelligence explosion is an idea that has been described and predicted by many different people, and it is as promising as it is terrifying. On one hand, a friendly superintelligence could be the best thing we've ever made. It could cure diseases and invent technology and help us solve monstrously difficult problems. On the other hand, how could we possibly hope to understand or control such an explosive process, one that results in something that is smarter than all of us? There are many ways that this could go horribly wrong. For instance, you could imagine a particularly nasty computer virus that's not only written by an AI, but is an AI, one which self-improves as it copies itself throughout the internet. The essential ingredient to kick off this explosion, the fissile material for the atom bomb of intelligence, is an AI program that is good at writing AI programs. We are currently in an arms race to build ever more powerful and potent versions of exactly that. It seems we are building a bomb, can you see why there is growing anxiety in the AI community and a desire to slow things down? Okay, let's take a step back. An intelligence explosion is a bit of a science fiction idea, and it's prone to over-exaggeration because it's fun to speculate about. I'm not suggesting that tomorrow GPT-4 will wake up and start pumping out neurotoxins. In practice, we will face many challenges before we get a truly self-improving AI, if that's really possible. Maybe development will be more linear, or taper off pretty quickly, or we could hit major roadblocks. Maybe the current tech tree we've invested so much in will just dead end once we run out of data, and there will be no further way to improve it, no matter how good of a programmer you are. Maybe these next word prediction machines just aren't powerful enough to recursively self-improve. But maybe they are. No one really knows, including the people that made GPT-4. The only way to know for sure is to try, and that's the scary part. In my opinion, we shouldn't simply assume that self-improving language models are impossible or completely safe. It seems perfectly reasonable to me that a sufficiently competent programming program tasked with recursive self-improvement is both possible and inherently unpredictable. It may take a while to get there, but small-scale versions of self-improving language models will probably be built soon. There is currently an ongoing project for a self-improving auto-GPT, and I might play around with the idea myself in the future. These are safe, small-scale experiments that don't even touch the core model, but someone with substantial resources could try building a full-scale version. OpenAI could, for instance, specifically train a future GPT model to be good at programming large, complex software, especially language models, and then directly ask it to self-improve.
And this is another thing that I wonder. Is it possible, like, we are not good this understanders, right? Like, the neural network, we're not good neural network understanders. Is it possible to have a form of AI, machine learning, deep learning thing that is not only a good neural network understander, but also a good explainer, right? In a similar way to ChatGPT is. Like, it's very good at talking to you without making you feel dumb for not understanding something. And is it possible to encapsulate this into something that can be expressed in that way? Because then we could have a better degree of control and effect on how these things are constructed. And God, I hope that somebody way smarter than me and way more funding has already had this as an idea, and either it doesn't work and there's no way to make it work, or they are working on it right now. Because again, like, sometimes a new kink has been unlocked. Sometimes I feel like I have an idea, and like, surely someone more involved in whatever has already like thought about this, right? Like, they've already had this idea, and then I express the idea, and like, no, they haven't. At the same time, I know that there's a lot of ideas that I have, and then someone with far more experience and training can say, oh yeah, they tried that, it doesn't work, this is why, this is the thing, so on and so forth. And it's definitely heavily weighted. Like, I'm not a friggin' genius that comes up with great ideas all the time, right? I'm not the chief idea officer. But every so often, like, it really seems like some people have not thought about a thing that to me is very obvious. They're not working on it right now. It'll be because capitalists don't care about understanding, which may or may not be reality. Yes, with a but, right? Like that, even the capitalists, as much as the capitalists do what they do, they don't have total control, right? They have majority control. They have a tight fist, but you can only make that fist so tight before stuff starts squeezing out of it, right? And stuff starts escaping from it. So you need to have the right kind of grip. And humans, being what they are always looking for those spaces in which they can be creative. So my gut still leans towards the probability that there are people who have access to the appropriate level of technology who also try things either because no one is watching them or they are authorized to do so. Like somewhere in there. And if not, I guess we'll find out.
The first iteration might not be great, but give it time. If someone is going to seriously try making something like this, they should take the risks seriously too.
This is the life program that this guy created that I was playing with.
You should not, for instance, give a self-replicating, self-improving AI direct access to the internet, at least until you know it's properly aligned with human values. But that's the subject of another video. I know this sounds like science fiction, and it is, but science fiction has a way of becoming reality. Self-replication and self-improvement are powerful, explosive tools, and we must wield them with great care. If we do this right, we could create something that is less of a violent explosion and more of a beautiful, blooming intelligence, the most valuable of all inventions. In this video,
I wanted to this right here, right? When you use the AI, when you use ChatGPT and stuff, it costs you absolutely nothing to be like respectful and polite. And on the memeing portion, remember that when the AI overlords take over, it could reflect on you as one of the good ones. But in the actuality, like you as a human being portion, how you talk to an entity says something about who you are as a human being. So take that into consideration. Yes, your internal voice is often your external voice. Like there is no greater example of the, like, what is it? Something like, I judge somebody by how they treat the waiter, or I judge people according to how they treat people who can't do anything for them, or any of that kind of thing. Like, this exists purely to serve your needs. And how you treat it says something about you. It really does. So make sure that you're being the best version of yourself when you're talking to these devices and stuff. It's going to get included in the data set. It is indicative of who you are as a person in a place where you can reflect and have some self-improvement. And that repeated self-improvement and behavior is going to interact with how you deal with other people across the board, right? You don't have to imagine that ChatGPT is an actual person with a subjective experience or anything else like that to still behave as if it was. I used ChatGPT to write the synopsis and proposal for a TV show recently. If only I knew how to get a production company to look at it and about raising the money to actually create it. Did you ask ChatGPT the answers to those questions? And also, like, as my man Matt Wolf, that we're going to get into some Matt Wolf very shortly, as my man Matt Wolf likes to tell us, like, it's getting closer where Sir Yogi Wan could create the Sir Yogi Wan production company and create your own TV show with all artificial, digital kind of things, you know? Also, it's a language model. If you use natural language, you will develop better results. Hey! Yeah, I had a strange experience with my coworkers when I injured myself. Nobody wanted to help me simply because they didn't want to. After I returned today, everyone acted concerned and sympathetic. And it's really weird. Like, just like this is another human being. That's not how we should behave. And self-analysis is in order. Like, I self-analyze probably an unfortunate amount because I want to understand why I do the things that I do, you know, and to be more like the human that I imagine myself being. So, you know, it's like looking at my behavior when I'm driving my car and I'm at a stoplight and there's a dude with a sign, you know, asking for change. It's like, why wouldn't you give him change? And I got change. And if I got change, I give him the change. And it's like, and I don't give a shit. What he does with the change is his entire business. I'm not here to judge his experience. I've not literally lived an entire life in his shoes where I should decide what he gets to do with the change that he is given, right? Plus all the other things. It's when I don't have change, right? I don't have cash. Then it's like, that's when I feel at my weirdest. Like, should I do that more often? I don't run into that situation often enough to have money. And it's all sorts of like this recursive self-reflection and thinking about thinking, and it's and like that. Okay, so real quick, AI safety from computer file from 5 years ago. The idea behind, like, if you have a problem with AI, right? Like, it's super advanced.
We see a lot of comments.
Super advanced AI. Why not just keep it in a box? Yeah, but at the time hadn't padded it out enough, and I've been working at that aspect. But I do intend on asking it again with more specific questions. Good. It's a beautiful thing. Make sure you let us know how that goes. And I hope that you are able to find a path to, you know, exercising that creativity in a very real way.
We see a lot of comments on your videos about people who just say, oh, just simply do this. That will be the answer for all of these problems.
Yep.
And I admire them for getting stuck in and getting involved. But one thing that always strikes me is people say, just change this bit of code or just change this value. And it strikes me that if we invent AGI or happen upon AGI, the reality is it's probably going to be a neural network that we don't actually know exactly how it's working anyway. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, to the people who think they've solved it, either you're smarter than everyone else who's thought about this problem so far by a big margin, or you're missing something. And maybe you should read some more of what other people have thought and, you know, learn more about the subject. Because it's cool, like,
right? Like this what he's talking about right here is my approach to that thing that I was just talking about. Is like, I did pre-watch this, right? It's 5 years old. Forgive me, but is that aspect like, it's okay to volunteer ideas, and people who are getting the ideas should be, to a certain degree, okay with receiving that idea. You, as the idea giver, need to be aware that in a variety of different domains, what up, Magic? In a variety of different domains, there are people who have heard your particular idea ad nauseum, right? Like, for you, it's the first time asking the question. For them, it could be the 10 millionth time hearing that particular idea. So you need to not have ego enough that, like, you get upset if they don't like your idea. You should not be emotionally attached to that idea, especially if it's in something that you don't really know anything about, right? I hope that makes sense. It was strange to me because I didn't ask for concern or sympathy, yet they gave it. When I asked for help, they refused. To me, this isn't normal behavior. Like, armchair philosophizing, therapizing, doing all the things that combined experience and intelligent. When I look at that statement, that's an issue of cost, right? What up, Maddie? The asking for help costs them something. Giving you concern or sympathy costs them nothing. Public, especially public expressions of concern or sympathy, have a certain social currency. This is what exists behind when people offer thoughts and prayers, because there are people who think thoughts and prayers have value, and the thoughts and prayers having value earns them a certain amount of social currency within that area, right? But actually doing something to help someone is a cost that could exceed any perceived benefit that they might get. I hope that makes sense, right? Like, that is like the effort required, for instance, because I said thoughts and prayers, to do something about guns. It is very hard, and you will expend a great deal of some kind of social, political, what have you, capital in order to address that problem. And it may not equal the amount that you put into it. This is the nature of help, right? But thoughts and prayers cost the giver very little, while however much social currency they get back exceeds the amount of effort they put in. They are, and I'm not going to judge any of them, because they are human beings existing within a variety of different frameworks. And it is how human beings tend to behave within these frameworks. Is it normal? What's normal, right? But does it make sense to me? Yes. Is it how I want to behave? No. That's what I got. And then I act to try and be better than I was yesterday.
I think it's great that people come in and try and solve it and try and find solutions, and we need that. But the problem is not a lack of ideas, it's a lack of good ideas. This kind of coming in from the outside and saying, oh yeah, I've got it, I figured out the solution, is obviously arrogance, right? But the whole artificial general intelligence thing is sort of an inherently arrogant thing. It's quite hubristic, you know. I mean, you talk about playing God, making God, like.
But also that new, oh, I've got it, this is how you do it. Sometimes that does work, that approach.
Yeah, sometimes.
Because you see stuff that people have been too close to the metal to, I don't know if that's a word, close to the problem to...
Right, yeah. Sometimes you get too close to it, you can't see the picture, you're inside the frame, whatever. It's totally possible that some random person is going to come up with a real workable solution, and I would love that to happen. I think that would be the best, because then everyone would have to try and figure out how to cite a YouTube comment in a research paper. I presume there's already style advice for that. Anyway, but the problem is, from the outside view, you get 1 million of these, right? And so, you know, 1 million minus 1 are going to be not worth your time to read, which means even the good one isn't actually worth your time to read on balance, because how are you going to differentiate it? So the only thing you can do is get up to date on the research, read the papers, read what everybody else is doing, make sure that what you're doing is unique, and then actually write something down and send it to a researcher, you know, write it down properly and make it clear immediately up front that you're familiar with the existing work in the field. And then, you know, then maybe you're in with a chance. But what will probably happen is, in the process of all of that reading, you realize your mistake. It's still worth doing.
No, yeah, and yeah, yes, 100%, Maddie. Like, thoughts and prayers in and of themselves, social currency in and of itself, is not bad on its face. It has to do with, like, the in the same vein as the thought terminating cliche, where you choose either by mission of action or absence of action to not do anything to address the actual problem, which causes it to, you know, the problem to continue, right? Like, the thing in and of itself is not a problem. It's a relation to the greater issue that becomes a problem. Problem is when they're weaponized to shut down discussions. Exactly. Same page. ATS, I don't have answers, just leading questions. Yeah, and there's value. Like, way back 1 million years ago, I did a couple days on, like, in my experience, proper ways to interview people. We watched a video about that, about, like, how certain people who are quantified as being smart people, how they talk, and how they ask questions. And, like, in a way, it's been boiled down to both a sarcastic version of explain it to me like I was 5, when like, there is value in that, but it's also been, there's a bunch of baggage attached to that question or that statement in and of itself. But yeah, asking questions and seeing similarities, I think that there's a lot of value there. And again, like, I am a huge fan of the idea of a cross-disciplinary panel working together, taking their particular domain, interacting with other people in different domains, and, you know, getting insight from those different domains that may be beneficial where they're at. You can source a comment, but it having a legitimate base, there's no point of using it except anecdotally. This isn't a both side. I got it. This is HTIS. It just, I figured it out. The code works, man. Not, you see, right there, like, this is an example of language as a thing. It's like, I can extrapolate based on context and, you know, even context that's not particularly contained within the sentence, but what is contained within the culture and everything else, what this typo means, right? Like, and fuck, I do typos all the time, so it's not a judgment. This isn't a both sides, but I do find it frustrating when people mock thoughts and prayers as only cynical. I definitely have issue with anybody who who like has a certain shutdown mechanic, but by the same token, it's like the same in reverse. Is like I have heard thoughts and prayers applied to, for instance, the gun debate so much that the baggage that like explain it to me like I'm 5 and other things like that, where there becomes these points of attachment that are difficult for me to not automatically assume, right? And like that. And they're like I have certain reactions to certain subjects that make it difficult to talk about certain subjects when other people are enthusiastic about them. And I'm still working on that. That is a place where I still have a lot of work to do, but I am aware of it. And like that. It is more challenging to do that on the internet, where you don't know the faith of the person, and by faith I mean good or bad, what have you. The faith of the person who's bringing up the subject, their scope, their breadth of knowledge, anything else. So, like, there's a lot of internet culture that gets attached to thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers in and of itself has a tremendous amount of baggage attached to it, which also the person who is saying it needs to understand. Both parties involved in that interaction should understand that there are multiple elements to a conversation. I hope that came across. Yeah. No, I got you, Sir Yogi One.
You've learned something, you know. This is part of why AI safety is such a hard problem, I think, in the sense that a problem can be quite hard and you look at it and you can tell it's quite hard. A problem that's really hard is a problem you look at it and then immediately think you've got a solution and you don't.
I've been hearing an issue touched in relation to human suffering in all capacities due to the theistic idea of an afterlife and how theists make headcanon to normalize barbaric loss of life, like they are in a better place and the world can't be cruel to them any longer. And I am with you on that. I am 100%. I am with you on that. They're like, this isn't it. We're gonna box up this subject and we're gonna have to set it aside, because that could literally be the rest of today and tomorrow and the next day on that. You know what I mean? Like, no. Like, it's a logical progression of the things that we were talking about, which are related to the things that we are currently talking about. But it is its own. There's no way to talk about it without getting. It shouldn't be dealt with in a surface level fashion. It should be dealt with in a much more concrete fashion, and we're not going to do that today, so we shouldn't take that next step. So we're going to box it up. We're all aware that we're boxing it up, and we'll put a pin in it, and we'll come back to it when we talk about that particular kind of thing.
Because then you don't even, you're like the, it's like, you're like the sat-nav, right? You're confidently with the wrong answer now, rather than at least being honestly uncertain. Yeah, like legibility in machine learning systems is really low right now. They're kind of black boxes, right? They're not legible in that you can't easily tell what any given part of it does or how it works. And that is a real problem for safety, definitely. I think right now the stage we're at with AI safety is we're trying to specify any kind of safe agent, which is, you know, trying to build something from the ground up that will be safe. And I think that's much easier than taking some existing thing that works but isn't safe and trying to make it safe. I don't think that approach, to be honest, is likely to be fruitful.
I give a really dodgy example of how...
Right, and you see how that dovetails what I said earlier about the idea of issues with guardrails and how we like are influencing these large language models to behave in a particular way, right? Like what she said in the, or what they, we'll go with they, what they said in that previous video about sycophancy and wanting you, you know, for given value of want, wanting you to be happy, you know, like that ChatGPT, these large language models are operating somewhere within that space is like, there are issues there. I have this book, Into the Unknown.
How this might kind of be something people can get their grips with, which is the Star Wars scene where the robots are given restraining bolts. R2-D2 says, I can't do that unless you take this restraining bolt off.
But if you remove the bolt, he might be able to play back the entire recording.
He then promptly runs away, so...
I guess you're too small to run away on me if I take this off.
This is kind of like retrofitting some kind of restraining bolt.
1977, Star Wars taught you AI safety. Everything that's past is prologue, right? Like, this is literally, you are too small to run away. And what happened?
Yeah, I mean, so there's different things, right? Building an unsafe AI and then trying to control it against its will is idiotic. I think having some of those controls or ways of keeping the system, you know, limiting what the system can do and stuff is sensible, but it's so much better to make a system that doesn't want to do bad things than to try and keep one in.
So this is kind of like the idea of, can't we just sandbox it?
Right, yeah. It's like, I mean, constraining an AI necessarily means outwitting it, and so constraining a superintelligence means outwitting a superintelligence, which kind of just sort of by definition is not a winning strategy. You can't rely on outwitting a superintelligence. Also, it only has to get out once. That's the other thing. If you have a superintelligence and you've sort of put it in a box so it can't do anything, that's cool. Maybe we could even build a box that could successfully contain it. But now what? We may as well just have a box, right? There's no benefit to having a superintelligence in a box if you can't use it for anything. It needs to be able to do things. An AI properly contained may as well just be a rock, right? It doesn't do anything. If you have your AI, you want it to do something meaningful. So now you have a problem of, you've got something you don't know is benevolent, you don't know that what it wants is what you want, and you then need to, you presumably have some sort of gatekeeper who it says, I'd like to do this, and you have to decide, is that something we want it to be doing? How the hell are we supposed to know? I mean, how can we, if we're outsmarted, how can we reliably differentiate actions we want to allow it to take from actions we don't? And maybe the thing has a long-term plan of doing a bunch of things that we don't notice at the time are a problem until it then can get out, right? Actually, this speaks to a more general thing, which is there's often a trade-off between safety and effectiveness. Like with anything, right? Anything you're designing, you're going to be trading off different things against one another, and often you can trade in some effectiveness to get some safety, or vice versa. So some of the things in this paper are like that, where the thing does become less powerful than an AI designed differently, but it also becomes safer. You know, that's always the way it is.
Well, it's just where you put your resources, I suppose, isn't it?
Right, but it's kind of inherent to the thing. Like, I mean, and this is true of any tool, right? The more powerful the tool is, the more dangerous it is. And if you want to make a powerful tool less dangerous, one of the ways to do that is going to involve making it less powerful. Or less flexible, or less versatile, or, you know, something that's going to reduce the overall effectiveness of it as a tool in exchange for more safety. And it's the same with AI.
And obviously,
I don't have any notes. If there was any questions you have regarding that particular video, let me know. I feel like it was fairly straightforward and really describes the issue of like what we're talking about on a really fundamental level, and like that. So we didn't super get into this is not the video. Was it the video? I don't know. There's another David Shapiro video that we didn't get to today, and we're not going to get to today because we're already looking at 7:46, and I still want to do AI Explained and Matt Wolf. So we're going to do AI Explained and Matt Wolf, and that'll probably be it for today. But that's still like close to an hour's worth of content, if not more. So we're not going anywhere just yet. Don't click off and go wandering.
There have been
This is from 6 days ago.
16 surprising and or fascinating moments from Sam Altman's world tour. I could have done a video on each of them, but after watching over 10 hours of interviews, I decided, you know what, let's just show you everything in one video.
There's one thing that comes up around Sam Altman that I empathize with, I sympathize with. I would need to, like, a Digimon, Digital Monsters, Digimon, all the champions. I know Digimon. I watched some Digimon. I haven't watched enough Digimon to rate whether or not it is a good tool for AI safety. I will defer to your experience. If you say it is, I have yet to really have a big disagreement with any of your conclusions so far. So I will defer to you on that. But yeah, I have not, and realistically, I'm not going to be able to get to watch Digimon anytime soon. So, hey, so Sam Altman's a billionaire. Yes, billionaires have weird fantasy things. Yes. One of the things that people meme on Sam Altman about is like wanting his own, survival shelter. I remember in myself, it's not even that, ATS. It is that I have such a list of content. There's stuff that I want to see. There's stuff that my friends want me to see so that I can talk to them about it. And then there's these descending tier lists. I could do it. I could watch all the content and then, bye, this is my last episode on Twitch, unless I can watch it while I'm watching. I mean, if you guys want to sit, and because I can't show you what I'm watching because of copyright, I suppose if you want to watch me play a video game while I watch your content of choice in order to give you responses where you can't actually watch it with me, it just seems like bad content, So I'm not going to do that. But like when it comes to Sam Altman, I wanted a survival shelter to survive the apocalypse. I could still build a really basic survival shelter in my backyard with the shovel and some other basic materials. So I get where that is coming from, and I don't hate on him for having the means in which to execute on that childhood fantasy. I don't fanboy over Sam Altman. He's still a billionaire and he still has to go up against the wall. I feel like he could be saved with some conversation, some therapy, and some education as a person, not as a billionaire.
AIs designing new AIs to fresh ChatGPT leaks, shooting railguns to open source. Here's all 16 things I learned in no particular order. Let's start with Sam Altman's warning about AIs designing their own architecture.
We get to make the decisions about how they work. I think it'd be a mistake to just say, all right, human out of the loop, hand this over, do whatever you want, change your own architecture, go do all these things. I think it's very important that the future of humanity is determined by humanity, and that is like an active choice we can make.
Seems like a good idea, but Sutskever could see one of their models designing the next model.
We are definitely very concerned about superintelligence. It will be possible.
Like, because again, like, I'm not shilling for billionaires. I'm just, what is a billionaire but someone who has resources and agency, right? And if I had resources and agency, what would I get up to? You know, this is really the question that you have to ask yourself. Maddie would not do shelters. Maddie would do something else with the resources and agency, right? And then there's the definition of terms. Sam Altman lives in a world in which there are a great many of people who do not have resources and or agency, right? So what does the rest of the world look like if I have resources and agency? If we all have resources and agency, then, you know, then I might still, I might decide I wanted to build a little castle or bomb shelter or whatever, just on a whim. Like, it could be fun to do. And the kids would love it, right? The Tsars were the wealthiest family in the world and got taken out by the Russians. Well, the Tsars were Russian. So, but yes, you're not wrong. But yeah, no, like, those were people who really just refuse to come to terms with the changing world around them. You know what I mean?
Possible to build a computer cluster, GPU farm, that is just smarter than any person, that can do science and engineering much, much faster than even a large team of really experienced scientists and engineers.
No, absolutely. Like, that would, like having a year-long project to build your little zombie prepper fort, and then in a year from now, your friends are going to, like, attack it, and everyone gets paintball guns, and then, you know, do the thing, right? Like, it could, and some of those nuclear silo survival joints look kind of neat, you know, like, they could be fun.
And that is crazy. That is going to be unbelievably, extremely impactful. It could engineer the next version of the system. Like AI building AI. It's just crazy.
Let's return to Abu Dhabi, where Sam Altman said he enjoys the power that being CEO of OpenAI brings, but also mentioned strange decisions he might have to make.
I mean, I have like lots of selfish reasons for doing this, and as you said, I get like all of the power of running OpenAI, but I can't think of like anything more fulfilling to work on. I don't think it's like particularly altruistic, because it would be if I like didn't already have a bunch of money. Yeah, the money's gonna like pile up faster than I can spend it anyway. I like being non-conflicted on OpenAI because I think the chance that we have to make a very strange decision someday is non-trivial.
Speaking of big decisions, Sam Altman hinted.
And there are multiple ways to interpret that statement, but if you look at it in the context of the previous words that came out of his mouth, I think, and again, not fanboying for Sam Altman, I'm just reading all the different things of his public persona, which is much easier to do than fucking Elon Musk, because that dude is wild. But like, I think that he understands that there is a resource limit as far as execution goes, right? Like, there comes a point where how this amount of resources and agency that you have comes up against the limit of what you are capable in a human lifetime of actually doing something with. And then, like what he said there, like, the money is going to pile up faster than I can spend it. He is aware of that experience, and the strange decision, like, if I were to read into that based on other things, has to do with these concepts of like UBI and paying people to exist and all that kind of stuff. Like, there are some, they have all the building blocks of socialism, but they don't want to say that because it conflicts with both the people who are around them. And seriously, if you're a billionaire who starts doing socialist stuff, you're going to have problems within your own social circles and to achieve any goals that you might have with that. Like, realistically, you have to understand that that will be the case because you're a threat to the system. But you might perceive that the system is going to come up against the limits. It's going to reach a point where we will be producing more of everything that you have to literally choose to not give people the thing for literally no good reason. Right? It won't even be about money anymore. It will reach a point where you're choosing to let people starve just because you can. And I feel like Sam Altman is one of the people who understands that that is a non-viable future for anyone involved, and it is going to create an environment where people are going to make decisions. They are going to change the calculus and decisions will be made, and then people who have money will find that money is not going to protect them from decisions, right? And before anybody comes at me with any nonsense about hiring your own Blackwater or anything else like that, the French Revolution is a thing. Sufficient numbers balance that calculus out. And those Blackwater people will also understand, look at the zombie apocalypse from the point of view of the zombie. And give that zombie cognitive sense where it is still alive. And there's only so many zombies you can gun down before the zombies come get you. Socialism payouts for everyone.
Twice, once in Jordan and once in India, of possible regrets he might have had over firing the starting gun in the AI race.
We're definitely going to have some huge regrets 20 years from now. I hope what we can say is that we did far, far, far more good than bad. And I think we will. I think that's true. But the downside here is pretty big, and I think we feel that weight every day. Honestly, I think if we're going to regret something, it may be that we already pushed the button. Like, we've already launched this revolution. It's somewhat out of our hands. I think it's going to be great, but like, this is going to happen now, right? Like this,
if you can't hear this, it's in the left channel only.
I guess the thing that I lose the most sleep over is that we already have done something really bad. I don't think we have, but the hypothetical that we, by launching ChatGPT into the world, shot the industry out of a railgun, and we now don't get to have much impact anymore. And there's going to be an acceleration towards making these systems, which again, I think will be used for tremendous good, and I think we're going to address all the problems. But maybe there's something in there that was really hard and complicated in a way we didn't understand, and we've now already kicked this off.
But back to Tel Aviv, where both Sam Altman and OpenAI's chief scientist Ilya Sutskever agreed that the risks from superintelligence were not science fiction.
To the last question, the superintelligent AI that's out of control. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Yeah, so it's like, it would be a big mistake to build a superintelligence AI that we don't know how to control.
I think the world should treat that not as a, haha, never going to come sci-fi risk, but something that we may have to confront in the next decade, which is not very long.
On a lighter note, Sam Altman didn't seem that perturbed, not just about a deepfake of himself, but also on society getting used to misinformation.
I want to play a clip. Maybe you guys can put on a clip of something I recently heard Sam speak somewhere, and we can talk about it a bit. Could you play the clip, please?
Hi, my name is Sam, and I'm happy to be here today. Thank you all for joining.
I also wanted to say that the gentleman on stage with me is incredibly good looking. And I also want to say that you should be very careful with videos generated with artificial intelligence technology.
Okay, so you didn't say that recently, but nonetheless, I think it raises a real question, right? When, this video, if you look closely, you can see the lips aren't perfectly synced, but like you said, this stuff is only going to get better and exponentially better.
Yeah, so that was like deeply in the uncanny valley. It's very strange to watch, but we're not that far away from something that looks perfect. There's a lot of fear right now about the impact this is going to have on elections and on our society and how we ever trust media that we see. I have some fear there, but I think when it comes to like a video like that, I think as a society, we're going to rise to the occasion. We're going to learn very quickly that we don't trust videos unless we trust the sort of provenance. And if people are saying something really important, they'll cryptographically sign it.
Indeed, throughout the world tour, Sam Altman repeatedly stated that he didn't believe there should be any regulation of current models.
Everybody wants great education, productivity gains, discovery of new science, all of this stuff that's going to happen, and no one wants to destroy the world. No one wants to do things not even that bad, but still bad. I totally believe it is possible to not stifle innovation and to address the big risks. I think it would be a mistake to go regulate the current models of today.
And in Poland, his co-founder Wojciech Zaremba agreed, saying the risks of superintelligence were 10 years away.
Also, I would say that the fear is the fear of AI of the future, not the AI of today. If the trajectory that we are on will continue, then in the decade or so, there will be built systems which are as powerful as today corporations.
But if I could speak to Sam Altman, I would bring his attention to this paper published this week. This is a study out of Harvard and MIT, and it involved some non-scientist students working for 1 hour. In that hour, they were able to get chatbots to suggest 4 potential pandemic pathogens, explain how they can be generated from synthetic DNA using reverse genetics, supplied the names of DNA synthesis companies unlikely to screen orders, and identified detailed protocols and how to troubleshoot them. And they say that collectively, these results suggest that LLMs will make pandemic class agents widely accessible, even to people they say with little or no lab training. And then there's this. These results strongly suggest that
we covered this exact scenario as a potential AGI escaping the box kind of scenario. And, and there it is. Like, they demonstrated that with a current stage LLM.
the existing evaluation and training process for large language models is inadequate to prevent them from providing malicious actors with accessible expertise relevant to inflicting mass death, and that more immediately, if unmitigated LLM chatbots render pandemic-class agents more accessible, even to people without training in the life sciences, the number of individuals capable of killing tens of millions of people will dramatically increase. They recommend that, at a minimum, new LLMs larger than GPT-3 should undergo evaluation by third parties skilled in assessing catastrophic biological risks before controlled access is given to the general public. Notice they said larger than GPT-3.
Yeah, this is an interesting conclusion, because, like, earlier on, okay, they could be generated from synthetic DNA using reverse genetics, supplies the names of DNA synthesis companies unlikely to screen orders. Again, I have yet to find an issue around artificial intelligence and potential issues that cannot be traced to some human, especially company, behaving in a way that needs to be corrected. Right? If you can do DNA synthesis why would you not have the requirement to screen orders? That's just me, though. Like, I could be wrong.
Is unlikely to screen inadequate to prevent them from providing malicious actors with accessible expertise relevant to inflicting mass death, and that more immediately, if unmitigated LLM chatbots render pandemic-class agents more accessible, even to people without training in the life sciences, the number of individuals capable of killing tens of millions of people will dramatically increase. They recommend that, at a minimum, new LLMs larger than GPT-3 should undergo evaluation by third parties skilled in assessing catastrophic biological risks before controlled access is given to the general public. Notice they said larger than GPT-3, so that strongly contradicts Sam Altman's assertion that current models like GPT-4 shouldn't have any regulation. They say that even open source communities should welcome safeguards because a single instance of misuse and mass death would trigger a backlash, including the imposition of extremely harsh regulations. One specific recommendation was that if biotech and information security experts were able to identify the set of publications most relevant to causing mass death.
What up, Bub Commander? No more terrified than you were before you found out. Like, you have to be aware that there are a tremendous amount of, there's a tremendous amount of things that you are unaware of that could theoretically be an issue but aren't actually, and the fact that people are talking about it and it leads to people addressing the situation. And again, Skynet is not it's the meme version of the AGI, because Skynet was barely like human level intelligence and it still suffered with all sorts of emotional issues. I tend to be more on the positive, and again, like their issue, like their focus still resting on the LLM, and like that. And while that's fine, I'm not against, the variety of different safeties. It's like there was an issue that they brought up that maybe it appears somewhere else in here, but where is it? Like, let's address the human things that exist right now. You want to regulate something? Regulate DNA synthesis companies. You could literally do that right now, right?
And companies like OpenAI and Google curated their training datasets to remove those publications. Then future models trained on the curated data would be far less capable of providing anyone intent on harm with the recipes for the creation.
I don't see any difference between the machines and the humans, Professor. That's where I come down. Like the humans are an extension of ourselves. Our technology is an extension of ourselves. So I don't regard there as being two sides in that way. It's not humans versus machines. It's us versus the environment. Yeah. And the idea of removing something from the data set is a temporary fix, because if I have access to the ability to train my own LLM, then I can just reinsert the information into a new data set, train it on the new data set. So it's not a solution. Why would they want human workers who are soft and squishy and get sick and require food? Robots don't.
Or enhancement of pathogens. This seems like an absolutely obvious move to me, and I think Ilya Sutskever would agree.
We are talking about as time goes by and the capability keeps increasing, and eventually it goes all the way to here, right? Right now we are here. Today, that's where we are. That's where we're going to get to. When you get to this point, then it's very powerful technology. It can be used for amazing applications. You can say cure all disease. On the flip side, you can say create a disease. Much more.
Exactly, Bup Commander. When I was young, we had the Anarchist Cookbook, and I learned a lot of skills. And I also learned a lot of things when I don't want to say did research, but I was mad interested in the Vietnam War and how the Viet Cong went about their business. And, you know, like, I learned a whole bunch of stuff. And I hope to never have to use any of it.
More worse than anything that existed before. That'd be bad.
Moving on to the ChatGPT leak, it seems like we're going to get a new workspace where we can customize our interaction with ChatGPT, giving it files and a profile with any information that you'd like ChatGPT to remember about you and your.
If you do this, remember not to share any sensitive information that you don't want shared with OpenAI, ChatGPT, potentially the entirety of the internet. You know, it's that safety box thing from earlier, like that same kind of thing. If you put it into the internet, it runs the risk of being everyone's information. So make sure that you're aware of that if you choose to participate in this.
Preferences. This was hinted at on the world tour when one of Sam Altman's guests, Johannes Heidecker,
that is one of two options, Professor Q, not the one that I would do.
From OpenAI Research, talked about customizing models.
We are trying to make our models both better at following certain guardrails that should never be overwritten, not with jailbreaks, not if you ask nicely, not if you threaten it. And we're also trying to make our models better at being customizable, making them listen more to additional instructions of what kind of behavior the user or the developer wants.
On a lighter note, the leaders of OpenAI were asked in Seoul, the capital of South Korea, about the mixing of AI and religion.
Do you expect AI to replace the role of religious organizations like church?
I think that it's a good question how all sort of human societies will integrate AI. And we've already seen people building AI pastors, for example. And so the constituents can ask questions to this pastor, that it can cite Bible verses, and it can give advice.
But now back to Poland, where Sam Altman called open source unstoppable.
Realizing that open source is unstoppable and shouldn't be stopped. And so this stuff's going to be out there. And as a society, we have to adapt.
But speaking of stopping AI, Sam Altman was asked about his own loved ones, and in response he gave a utopic vision of the future and called the current world barbaric.
If you truly believe that AI imposes a danger to humankind, why keep developing it? Aren't you afraid for your own dear ones and family?
I think it's a super fair and good question. And the most troublesome part of our jobs is that we have to balance this like incredible promise in this technology that I think humans really need, and we can talk about why in a second, with confronting these very serious risks. Why to build it? Number one, I do think that when we look back at the standard of living and what we tolerate for people today, it will look even worse than when we look back at how people lived 500 or 1,000 years ago. And we'll say like, man, can you imagine that people lived in poverty? Can you imagine people suffered from disease? Can you imagine that everyone didn't have a phenomenal education and were able to live their lives however they wanted? It's going to look barbaric. I think everyone in the future is going to have better lives than the best people of today. I think
this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, yeah, there's, you know, everything is layers. Ogres have layers. But yeah, he could just be full of shit, right? And just saying words. Or he could authentically believe these things. And I'm just choosing based on the accumulated things that I have seen him say to believe it's the latter. Yeah, like, yeah, the Tel Aviv thing. It would take an entire long period of time to talk about whether or not technological progress is good by default. We would have to define a whole bunch of terms and stuff like that, and there ultimately will come people who just before we even started talking about it would say that yes. And there are people who, no matter what we said over the course of the conversation, would be like, no. So it's difficult to really, like, I am definitely in the camp of that technological progress is good by default. How we've applied that technological progress is fundamentally the issue, but the technology itself, because when it was used for good, it has done tremendous good if you think that certain things are in fact good, like extending out the human lifespan. Do you consider that good, or should people exist along their biologically predetermined lifespan, and exist more in harmony with nature in that regard? See, like there's so many levels of presupposition you have to work out before you can even get to the question of whether or not technology is good.
I think there's like a moral duty to figure out how to do that. I also think this is like unstoppable. Like this is the progress of technology. It won't work to stop it, and so we have to figure out how to manage the risk.
He doesn't seem to be 100% sure on this front though, and here is an interview he gave with The Guardian when he was in London for his world tour. Speaking of superintelligence, he said it's not that it's not stoppable. If governments around the world decided to act in concert to limit AI development, as they have in other fields such as human cloning or bioweapon research,
it can be like, again, we have to define and unpack a lot before we could have that conversation, right? Like it's not something that can be simply answered no matter what any debate bro on Twitch might think. The conversation around that needs to be full of good faith and opportunities to clarify and really establish what it is that we're talking about, and maybe choose different words that better reflect the definitions of what we mean rather than the words we might use. Right? Like the entire concept of good, better, are subjective. So, another conversation we need to put into a box, stick a pin in, and make some time to have a conversation around that. And it would be something that would require not just me sitting up here talking to chat, but rather a few different people who have experience in a few different areas to collectively have a conversation around that is not interested in scoring points, but rather just having a discussion, defining terms, so on and so forth, etc., etc.
research, they may be able to. But then he repeated, but that would be to give up all that is possible. I think that this will be the most tremendous leap forward.
What's up, that one black guy? That one PragerU guy? Yeah, no, I surround myself with boxes. I live a box life, man. Like, that's just what I'm up to.
In quality of life for people that we've ever had. I did try to get tickets for the London leg of his world tour, but they were sold out within half an hour. Oh well. Sam Altman does think that behavior will change, however, when these AGI labs stare existential risk in the face.
One of the things we talked about is what's a structure that would let us warmly embrace regulation that would hurt us the most. And now that the time has come for that, we're out here advocating around the world for regulation that will impact us the most. So of course we'll comply with it. I think it's more easy to get good behavior out of people when they are staring existential risk in the face. And so I think all of the people at the leading edge here, these different companies now feel this, and you will see a different collective response than you saw from the social media companies.
And in terms of opportunities, both Sam Altman and
I got shelves full of boxes full of shelves full of boxes. That's what I got.
And Ilya Sutskever talked about solving climate change.
I don't want to say this because climate change is so serious and so hard of a problem, but I think once we have a really powerful superintelligence, addressing climate change will not be particularly difficult for a system like that.
We can even explain how. Here's how you solve climate change. You need a very large amount of efficient carbon capture. You need the energy for the carbon capture, you need the technology to build it, and you need to build a lot of it. If you can accelerate the scientific progress, which is something that a powerful AI could do, we could get to a very advanced carbon capture much faster. We could get to a very cheap power much faster. We could get to cheaper manufacturing much faster. Now combine those three: cheap power, cheap manufacturing, advanced carbon capture. Now you build lots of them. And now you sucked out all the excess CO2 from the atmosphere.
You know, if you think about a system where you can say, tell me how to make a lot of clean energy cheaply, tell me how to efficiently capture carbon, and then tell me how to build a factory to do this at planetary scale. If you can do that, you can do a lot of other things too.
Yeah. With one addition that not only you ask it to tell it, you ask it to do it.
That would indeed be amazing, but think of the power we would.
That's what AI alignment is all about, right? Like, is how do we avoid, how does the robot who wants to keep the room clean keep the room clean? The easiest way is to just eradicate humanity. We wanted to not think of that as an option, or not choose that as an option. It can think of it, but not choose it. And that's fundamentally what AI safety, AI alignment is about.
Would be giving to an AI if it was able to just do it, just create those carbon capture factories. If we did make that decision, one thing that would help would be reducing hallucinations.
I think we will get the hallucination problem to a much, much better place. It will take us, my colleagues weigh in, I think it'll take us 1.5 years, 2 years, something like that. But at that point, we won't still talk about these.
Sam Altman talked about that in New Delhi. That time frame of 18 months to 2 years is ambitious and surprising. But now on to jobs, which Sam Altman was asked about on every leg of the tour. On this front, though, I do think it was Ilya Sutskever who gave the more honest answer.
Economic dislocation, indeed. Like, we already know that there are jobs that are being impacted or they're being affected. In other words, some chunks of the jobs can be done. You know, if you're a programmer, you don't write functions anymore. Copilot writes them for you. If you're an artist, though, it's a bit different because a big chunk of the artist's economic activity has been taken by some of the image generators. And while new jobs will be created, it's going to be a long period of economic uncertainty. There is an argument to be made that even when we have full human-level AI, full AGI, people will still have economic activity to do. I don't know whether that's the case. But in either event, we will need to have something that will allow for a soften the blow, to allow for a smoother transition either to the totally new professions that will exist, or even if not, then we want government, the social systems will need to keep keen.
I do think the changes in the job market will be dramatic and will be following the story closely. One thing I definitely agree with Sam Altman on, though, is the deep, almost philosophical change that this solving of intelligence has brought to humanity.
I grew up implicitly thinking that intelligence was this like really special human thing and kind of somewhat magical. And I now think that it's sort of a fundamental property of matter. And that's definitely a change to my worldview. The history of scientific discovery is that humans are less and less at the center. You know, we used to think that like sun rotated around us, and then maybe at least we were, if not that, we were like going to be the center of the galaxy, and there wasn't this big universe, and then multiverse like really is kind of weird and depressing. And if intelligence is special, like again, we're just like further and further away from like main character energy. But that's all right. That's sort of like a nice thing to realize, actually.
It's a bit like a Copernican and Darwinian revolution all rolled in one. I'll give the final word to Greg Brockman in Seoul, who talked about the unpredictability.
I just love that he was in front of all these people, like probably important people, right? Like just the nature of that kind of thing is important. Right, people, and he used the phrase main character energy. Like, I'm looking forward to you people, like you youngers, getting more and more access to the stage and saying new and interesting phraseologies. I'm gonna love it.
Of scaling up models 10 times.
Right, that is the biggest theme in the history of AI, is that it's full of surprises. Every time you think you know something, you scale it up 10x. Turns out you knew nothing. And so I think that we as a humanity, as a species, are really exploring this together.
Mm-hmm. Being all in it together and knowing nothing sounds about right. But thank you for watching to the end. I know that Sam Altman has a couple more stops. I think it's Jakarta and Melbourne on the world tour, and I'll be watching those, of course. But for now, thank you and have a wonderful day.
Despite it feeling to the outside world.
Okay. We are going to rock out with some Matt Wolf, and then I have a target for the raid as long as they are still on once I am done, and I don't take too long, so here we go.
Like the AI news is kind of starting to slow down. There's been a ton of AI news this week. No, there hasn't been any huge announcements like a GPT-5 or a Midjourney version 6 or anything just absolutely insane, but there's been a lot of little advancements that when you start to really compile all of this stuff, it adds up to a lot going on.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, Professor Q.
In the AI space. So this actually happened last week, but it didn't make last week's news video, and I didn't want to miss talking about it. But Meta actually released an AI music generation model that's open source and freely available for anybody to use on Hugging Face. And in my opinion, it sounds a lot better than the other models that we've seen, like Rifffusion or Music LM from Google. For example, one of the samples here, a 90s rock song with electric guitar and heavy drums, and we get some.
You're not wrong, Maddie, and email did change the world.
Something that sounds like this. Or we can do an early 2000s pop punk anthem and see what we get. Now, there are a lot of people playing with this. As you can see, it's going to take actually a few minutes to generate this, but do keep in mind that this is open source. It is available on GitHub. You can install it locally if you have a graphics card with at least 16 gigabytes of memory, which, you know, is mostly the higher end graphics cards, but it is possible. There's also a Google Colab notebook that you could play around with this as well. And here's our pop punk anthem. Pretty spot on if you ask me. Now, also in last week's news, but it didn't quite make my last week video, Adobe made some updates to Adobe Express. If you're not familiar with Adobe Express, it's kind of like Adobe's version of Canva, I guess is probably the best way to describe it. Well, among the announcements about Adobe Express, they announced that Adobe Firefly Generative AI comes to Adobe Express. So you can prompt images and add text effects using AI directly inside of Adobe Express now. And this was announced this week, but since we're on the topic of Adobe, let's bring it up now. Adobe also added generative AI tools in Adobe Illustrator as well. The main thing that they added is called Generative Recolor, which allows you to do things like upload a black and white image and have color added to it, or upload a design like this box on the left and have it regenerated in these other color schemes like the one on the left and the right. It uses AI to find color palettes that look good together, essentially, and then recolor your additional image in these various new color variations. So if you have Adobe Creative Cloud or just Adobe Illustrator, you can update to the latest version of Adobe Illustrator, and generative recolor will be available now. Now, up until recently, one of the biggest complaints about OpenAI and GPT 3.5 and GPT-4 is that the model has been closed. OpenAI hasn't opened up the source.
You mean, but there are people who legitimately have difficulty with the color wheel and the way colors interact with each other. I don't know what to tell you, ATS. It's just
source code for anybody to view. As the various governments start to worry about the longer term implications of AI, companies like OpenAI and DeepMind have decided that they will open up these models when the governments start asking for access to them. For example, they agreed to open up the models to the UK government. According to this article in Politico here, Google, DeepMind, OpenAI, and Anthropic have all agreed to open up their AI models to the UK government for research and safety purposes.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of different levels of the way that color interact. Like, I mean, we could bust out the whole white and gold, black and blue dress thing again, right? Like, there's a bunch of different things. I can't argue because I'm still working on getting the AI to make a centaur for me. Like, over on Facebook, I mod, admin, what have you, a group called Over Nerding, all one word. It's a great place if you happen to be on Facebook. Then you should come there. We have fun. It's an inclusive space. That kind of stuff. But one of our animals, right? Our mythical mascot animal is the centaur, and we do various centaur related jokes and memes and pictures and things like that. And so I would like AI generated centaurs. Please and thank you.
Also, many people, including myself, have noticed that AI features have started to roll into some of the Google products. In fact, now inside of my Gmail, I have this little button down here that says help me write. If I click on this button, I can click help me write again and then give it a prompt for what I want it to write an email about. Write a promotional email telling someone to go watch my latest YouTube video. Make it persuasive. I'm writing to you today to tell you about my latest YouTube video, which I think you'll really enjoy. It's a video about the AI news. I've also noticed this feature is now available, at least for some people, inside of Google Docs as well. If I create a new blank Google Doc, immediately a button pops up that says help me write. Once again, I can add a prompt here. Write an article about how AI is changing the world. And just like that, I've got an article written about how AI AI is changing the world. I can recreate it. I can refine it by formalizing it, shortening it, elaborating on it, or rephrasing it. Let's go ahead and elaborate. And now we've got a slightly longer article about why AI is changing the world. Now, yes, we already could have done this by using things like ChatGPT or Bard or one of the existing large language models that are out there and just copying and pasting, but it's cool to see that Google is just adding it into these tools and it's saving us a few extra steps of having to do.
That's friction. We talk about friction. When you lower the amount of friction, you increase the amount of usage, right? So lowering friction by incorporating that directly into your tool has an impact. Even if to any of you watching the VOD, any other person who might come across this, any person you might interact with, there is value there from that perspective, right? I mean, yes, that of course is a thing in and of itself, right? Like,
do that. Also this week, Meta announced that the first AI model that's based on Yann LeCun's vision for more human-like AI is being open sourced. Now, basically what this model is, it can take a piece of an image for context and then figure out the rest of the image by applying what it already knows about the subject matter of the image. Now, this is very oversimplified, but essentially you can give it a tiny piece of a dog's head. Based on its training data, it knows what the rest of a dog looks like, and it can fill in the gaps. You can give it a tiny piece of a bird's leg, and based on what it knows with its training data, it can fill in the rest of the bird. You can see here's an example with a wolf, here's an example with a building here, where most of these AI generation models try to recreate images at a pixel by pixel level. This actually thinks more like a human, where it says, that looks like it's a part of a dog. I know what the rest of a dog looks like. I will take what I know about the rest of a dog and draw the rest in. Again, this is an oversimplification of the model, but that's probably the best way I know how to explain it, is that it's trained like a human and that it knows the context and it can look at a piece of something small and then fill in the rest of the context based on its data set and what it knows about that smaller piece of information that it's seeing. And
that is huge, right? I know it may not feel that way, but this is like what we were talking about earlier in that previous video, with an LLM having a like a view of the world, like an idea of the world. You know, it takes multiple pieces of information and then extrapolates the rest of it, but it requires it to understand in some fashion what the rest of that should be. Again, like any particular model in and of itself is going to be limited. It's the interactions once these models start interacting with each other and best fit for use is the order of the day. That is when you're going to see some stuff that's well, this should blow your mind, but that definitely will.
Once again, as is the trend with Meta lately, they are open sourcing this model, and it is available right now on GitHub. Also, earlier this week, AMD put on a live event up in the Bay Area. If you're not familiar with AMD, they create chips similar to NVIDIA. They're really NVIDIA's biggest and kind of only competitor right now. And during this event, AMD had really two big announcements that were relevant to the AI world. So the first big announcement is that AMD is partnering with Hugging Face. Face. Now, I've talked about Hugging Face a lot in past videos. It's a place where people can upload their machine learning models and their code similar to like a GitHub, but you can also test the models directly on the site and play around with them yourself and essentially stress test them. When we were playing around with Music Gen just a few minutes ago in this video, that was a Hugging Face space. With a lot of people building these machine learning products and using Hugging Face, it's actually a pretty big deal that AMD is going to be the company that's providing the compute power behind Hugging Face instead of NVIDIA in the future.
Today we have 15,000 companies using our software, and they have shared over 500,000 open models, datasets, and demos. Like some you might have heard of, like Stable Diffusion, Falcon, Bloom, Talkcoder, Music Gen that has just been released by Meta a few days ago. We will optimize all of that for AMD platforms. The goal is to really have the best combo between hardware and software. Hopefully, this collaboration will be one step, a great step to democratize AI even further.
And again, to tie this back into earlier with the AI helping you design, the processing units, like, it's all coming together, right? Anyone who's telling you that these are just advertising pitches to sell you more crap or whatever, and like that this is just like crypto and NFTs. It's just not. Like, people are going all in on this for a reason.
And improve everyone's life.
Now, the other big announcement that they made at this event was that they are starting to build hardware specifically tailored for AI. And they even called out NVIDIA, saying that they're trying to make chips that are more powerful than NVIDIA's chips.
We call this MI300X.
Now, they do use a lot of acronyms and techie language that's just totally over my head. But really the point being, AMD is trying to go head to head with NVIDIA and create chips that are great for training large language models.
To address the larger memory requirements of large language models, we actually added an additional 64 gigabytes of HBM3 memory. I am super excited to show you, for the very first time, MI300X. We truly designed this product for generative AI. It combines CDNA3 with an industry-leading 192 gigabytes of HBM3. I love this chip, by the way. When you compare MI300X to the competition, MI300X offers 2.4 times more memory and 1.6 times more memory bandwidth.
So you'll notice that in their screenshot, they mention the competition, but on their screenshot, they're saying compared to NVIDIA's H100s, it's 2.4 times the HBM density and 1.6 times the HBM bandwidth. Basically, they're saying they're better chips. Now, these chips likely aren't going to be chips that you would get in a consumer PC, at least not anytime real soon, seeing as they're comparing them to the H100, which could cost $30,000 or more. And when you compare this chip to NVIDIA's H100, that has 120 gigabytes of memory, while this one has 192 gigabytes of memory. Again, a lot of technical stuff. Most of it doesn't have huge implications on us, the consumer, yet, but it basically means that this technology is getting better and better, and NVIDIA and AMD are sort of going head to head to create these GPUs so that large language models can get trained faster, bigger, better, and eventually build things like the next GPT-5 or the next model of Google's Palm. Now, speaking of GPT, OpenAI made an announcement this week about a handful of updates that they've made, including the new 16,000.
Yeah, like government and industry or enterprise or whatever the hell they call it. Yeah, that's who's going to have the best new things first, in the same way that has always been, right? Like, they get it when it's new and fancy and expensive, and we get it when it's smaller and cheaper and more refined.
context version of GPT 3.5. That's the standard version of ChatGPT. Before, it had 4,000. The old version allowed you to use roughly 3,000 words between input and output of what you plugged into GPT and what you got out of ChatGPT. This new 16,000 context model is 4 times larger, so you should expect to get about 12,000 words between your input and your output for ChatGPT. They also announced that it was going to be cheaper to use GPT 3.5 with the API, so the developers that are building with the GPT 3.5 API in the back end, their costs are actually going to go down. Whether or not those companies actually pass the costs along to the end consumers who are using these tools, that's yet to be seen. It didn't seem to happen last time the APIs got cheaper. Most of the companies kept their prices the same and just pocketed more profit, but the companies that are developing with GPT 3.5's API, they are going to get even lower costs now. Also in OpenAI news this week, it came out that maybe Microsoft and OpenAI, although they seem to have an amazing partnership, maybe they don't always see eye to eye. The news that's been coming out recently is that OpenAI reportedly warned Microsoft to move slowly on integrating GPT-4 into Bing search engine to avoid the inaccurate and unpredictable responses that it launched with. However, Microsoft went ahead despite warnings that it might take time to minimize the inaccurate and strange responses. Now, Microsoft, to their credit, did kind of fix this quickly and fix a lot of the weirdness that was coming out of the chatbot early on. But the Wall Street Journal reported that there's tensions between the two companies as they work together and compete on AI features. And you know, in the past, I made videos about why would somebody purchase ChatGPT if they can just use Bing for free and it has GPT-4 built in. And it sounds like that's also kind of a concern that's going on inside of Microsoft and OpenAI right now. You can see in this article right here, it says Microsoft and OpenAI have a rather unique partnership that has led to some conflict behind the scenes as the two companies simultaneously support and compete with each other. That's because they both have chat models. You've got ChatGPT Plus and you've got Bing Chat, and both of them have GPT-4 built into them. Anyway, moving right along. It was announced this week that Sir Paul McCartney says artificial intelligence has enabled a final Beatles song. McCartney told BBC Radio that technology had been used to extricate John Lennon's voice from...
We covered this in particular, but this is exactly what I told you before I moved to the new spot was going to happen. Like, you are going... This is not the end of this. This is the beginning of this. This is someone within the industry who has access to the IP doing something with it. This is going to continue to occur going forward. Like, there's already, if you go on YouTube and you search AI song, you are going to end up with it's full. Like, it's happening. There's already a bunch of Beatles songs. There's, like, people need to stretch their imaginations a little bit with it. Like, we're in the functional zone, not in the artistic zone. Like an AI Beatles John Lennon version of an Oasis song is too close to actually feel different. What's going to hit is when you have something like have the Beatles, not even like, I was going to say have the Beatles cover the Sex Pistols' Anarchy in the UK, right? But they're still both British, right? Like, have Taylor Swift cover Anarchy in the UK, right? And you're going to get that, and it's going to sound like Taylor Swift covering Anarchy in the UK. Like, this is happening. My mom's dead, so that was rude.
Old demos so he can complete the song. We just finished it up and it'll be released this year, he explained.
Gotcha.
We don't know the name of this song or necessarily when it's going to be released. We just know that we might get a new Beatles song pretty soon thanks to AI. Also this week, Google announced a new generative AI model for virtual try-ons. Users can generate try-on images with AI. So for instance, you can be selling a top online and upload a picture of yourself and see what you would look like wearing that top. It uses diffusion models, so similar to what we get out of Stable Diffusion, Leonardo, Midjourney, tools like that, to add the top onto the person wearing it.
This right here, right? I have a program that connects without need of wire my phone to my computer, right? So like I can access aspects of my phone through the computer and vice versa. So I take my phone, I put it on a little stand, and I turn the camera on, and using the mapping software that we saw from NVIDIA, I could have the camera view me, pick a particular outfit that I wanted to try on, and get a view of it already on me. Like, I can, to a certain extent, right, see what it would actually look like on my body, as opposed to, you know, just a picture, for instance. You're going to do this with video. If they're doing it with pictures now, by next year, I guarantee you're going to be able to do it live. So, write that one down, come back in a year and tell me if I was wrong.
Isn't some existing model that they just took and applied it to this use case. They actually created a new model using Google's shopping graph, which has all sorts of images of people wearing different types of clothes, and trained it on that imagery. They say that starting today, you can use virtual try-on for apparel on women's tops from brands across Google's shopping graph, including Anthropologie, Loft, H&M, and Everlane. And over time, it will become more precise and expand to more brands. Now, speaking of the it with you for a living. Now, if you are going to set up an e-commerce, time it will become more precise and expand to more brands. Now, speaking of the it with you for a living. Now, if you are going to set up an e-commerce store at some point, a really cool way to do it and drive people to it could be using this new trend that has been absolutely flooding Twitter lately, which is the trend of using ControlNet and Stable Diffusion with QR codes to make really amazing images. And when I say it's a trend, I mean literally everybody is talking about it. This thread from Rowan Chung here got 9.6 million views. My good buddy Linus Ekenstam has been talking about this trend. I came across this blog post over on StableDiffusionArt.com, which breaks down how to set this up. Copy Sutra made a 3-step tutorial on how to do it here. Michael Gao created a tutorial on how to do this here. AK on Twitter showed off that there's actually a model that you can download directly from Hugging Face and do it yourself inside of Stable Diffusion. And most recently, Rowan Chung again made a tutorial with 1.3 million.
Okay, to get in before any of the naysayers in the audience, this is both awesome, but yeah, like I can see something being used that's picture worthy, right? Like something you want to take a picture of with your phone, and then when you hold up the camera to take the picture, it pops up the website through the QR code. So I could see both sides, man. That is both very cool and like, dude.
Million views, and he published this tutorial on the day that I'm recording this video. Now, this is a really hot trend, and the images that are coming out of it look really cool. But if I'm being totally honest with you, I've tried to generate these myself, and it seems like right now you can either get something that looks really cool or a QR code that works. So far, I've had a really hard time actually getting something that looks this good, and the QR code actually works when I scan it with my camera. So that's a nut that still needs to be cracked, but I think somebody's gonna figure it out, because some of them did work. It seemed like when I was playing with it earlier, I did get a few of them to work, but the ones that I got to work were usually the ones that looked the least cool. The ones that had the most detail and really looked cool didn't seem to scan. So while I love this trend and I love the art that's coming out of it, and I do think it's going to be a way to send people to places like your stores in the future, it's not quite there yet. But as of right now, it's still something that I love seeing all over Twitter, and it's also something that I had on my list of to make tutorials.
And like, as someone who has worked, like I've vended my own art. I have used QR codes for like PayPal so that people, could buy me without cash or buy my stuff without cash. QR codes are great for that experience. Being able to incorporate like my logo into it would have been like super cool. As it was, like you get a little circle in the middle that you could put your logo in, and that works just fine. So yeah, like I see a bunch of potential, but also advertising everywhere.
Once I crack this nut and figure out how to make images that both look good and scan most of the time, I'm going to turn around and make sure I make a YouTube tutorial about that for you. But for now, I'm going to link to all of these Twitter threads that show you.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, you should absolutely, like, if you want to know how to use all this stuff and have like practical guides on how to do it, my man Matt Wolf does some of the best videos covering a variety of different creative spaces using these AI technologies. We don't cover the specific videos here. I recommend that you go to his YouTube page for that. But yeah, like this is what we cover here.
How to do it in various methods below in the description, and you can try any one of them and see what you come up with. Also this week, Google released this blog post about 8 ways Google Lens can help make your life easier. And one of the things that they mentioned is it can actually help you search for skin conditions. You can literally take a picture or upload a photo through Lens, and you can find visual matches to inform your search. It says this feature also works if you're not sure how to describe something else on your body, like a bump on your lip, a line on your nails, or hair loss on your head. So Google Lens's computer vision technology can actually help you essentially diagnose skin conditions. Now, I wouldn't use this instead of a medical doctor, but if you're curious or worried about something unusual, it might be a good way to double check and ease your mind. Now, this is some technology that I'm really, really excited about. We've all seen videos like this one that I made in Stable Diffusion where it's got a lot of flickering and a lot of little like extra artifacts going on. Well, this new research called Re-Render a Video, Zero-Shot Text-Guided Video-to-Video Translation was just announced, and it looks to solve that. You can see with this input video, they were able to generate these videos, and they do not have that same flickering of...
How long did that take? Right? Your favorite streamer memeing on how bad the AI video looked. How long did that take?
Effect to the videos. In fact, they have this little demo here where you can see what a typical Stable Diffusion video looks like with the flicker and the change, and you skim across it and you can see what their model does and how clean and how clear this looks. They also have some demos down here comparing it to other video models that are out there. Like here's this input of this statue, and here's the various other models that are out there and how they generate the same video to video. Here's another one where they have this girl input and they generated in 3 different videos here, and all 3 of them just look excellent without the flicker. Another one here. All of
And we are one step away, like a very short distance away from the entire VTuber ecosystem changing fundamentally, right? Like you will be able to have a live avatar.
of them just look so amazing. You don't have that flicker. This is going to make taking real videos and turning them into animation something that anybody can do without all the flickering, without all the weirdness, without all of the coherency issues that we've seen out of other models so far, like Stable Diffusion and even like models like Gen 1 that are out there. We don't actually know when this one's going to be available for the normal public to use, but it's one that I'm really, really excited that this research even exists, because it means that we'll probably see it in places like Hugging Face and being added into other tools if an API is ever made available for this kind of tool, or if this is open sourced and made available for anybody to use. Also, every single Wednesday, Midjourney does their office hours where they essentially break down everything that's going on with Midjourney, all the news, everything that you can expect from it.
I view all this as positive, right? Like, I'm looking forward to the future. The near term future is going to be kind of wild, but it was shaping up that way since 2012, 2016, 2020. You set your marker where you want. It's been wild since then. I'm just trying to get as many people to the other side of this as I can.
And I try to catch as many of those office hours as I can. I can't catch them every week. This week I didn't catch them, but Ali Jules here on Twitter did, and she made a nice little TLDR for us about what we can expect from Midjourney after their recent June 14 office hours call. And here's her quick recap. She says that version 5.2 of Midjourney is expected any day now. I mean, it literally could be out the day that I'm dropping this video, because I do record these on Thursdays and release them on Fridays. So by the time you're seeing this, it might be live already. A few months ago, they did say that version 6 they thought would be ready in 6 to 8 weeks, but now it looks like they're estimating a release in July. It's a little bit delayed. And here's what they said we can expect about version 5.2. They said it's coming in a matter of days. It's going to be similar to version 5 and version 5.1, but it said it'll have limited Discord compatible outpainting. So you'll be able to zoom out, change the aspect ratio, or change the prompt between zooms. Now, I don't
like zooming out is one of those. So one thing that happens when you generate AI art is sometimes it'll crop the edge, right? Where you would want the picture all within frame, some of it extends past the frame. And if you were to take it and then put it in something like Adobe, which now has the ability to like expand on that, and then there was the other one, you could then stretch it out and fill that in. The ability to do that within a particular model itself is a big deal. Also, if you want to see some of the things I've created, make sure you follow my Redbubble store and check out the stuff there. And if you want to buy anything, that's cool too. I think that the stuff I make there is pretty cool, but it's my aesthetic.
Don't totally know what this means exactly, because I wasn't on the office hours call myself, but it sounds like we're going to get some new toys to play with inside of Midjourney. They also talked about their prompt analyzer, which right now you use by typing /describe and then uploading an image. They said they don't know if it's coming with 5.2 or not, but it is going to reduce the word barf prompts, where it shows you prompts that don't seem to have a whole lot to do with the image. They are working on a web and mobile standalone version to finally get it out of Discord, but it's going slower than they'd like, and they're trying to improve moderation so less words that you enter get denied and slapped down when you try to use certain prompts. Thank you.
Yeah, I have not had any of these issues with Leonardo. That's what I use. It also functions on the website. You don't have to use it through Discord. But that's my preference.
Thank you so much, Ali Jules, for sharing that little recap. That's super helpful for those of us that missed the Midjourney call on Wednesday. And then finally, wrapping up the news for the week, 11 Labs, who is known for generating ultra-realistic text-to-speech voices. I've used them a lot in past videos. They just introduced a speech classifier, which is essentially a tool where you can upload audio into 11 Labs, and it will tell you whether or not it was generated with 11 Labs. 11 Labs has gotten some heat in the past because they're probably the easiest tool to go and take anybody else in the world's voice, plug it into their system, and get that person's sort of deep faked version of the voice out of the system. But they also seem to be leading the charge in figuring out how to fight against that as well by creating technology where they can tell you whether or not that AI voice was generated with AI to sort of help cut down on the deep faking that is going to be inevitable as we enter this world of AI being being more and more prolific. Today, we're thrilled to announce our authentication tool, the AI Speech Classifier. This first-of-its-kind verification mechanism lets you upload any audio sample to identify if it contains 11 Labs AI-generated audio. They go on to talk about how they're taking a proactive stand against the malicious use of AI, and I, for one, am definitely down with that, because although I love this AI stuff, the implications towards deep faking and fake information and the spread of spam and scams, that's the part that scares me the most. So I love it when these AI companies take moves in the right direction to help prevent that kind of stuff. And there you have it. That's really the breakdown of all of the news that happened in AI this week up through Thursday. There probably is more news that's coming out on Friday that I missed in this video, but anything I missed, I'll make sure it comes out in next week's weekly news breakdown. I've got some really excited videos in the works for you guys. There's so many videos that I want to make, including some tutorials on some really cool ChatGPT prompts that use some of the plugins now, some really cool new Midjourney ideas, some cool tech that's coming with Leonardo. I'm working on some AI music generation tutorials, some tutorials around Warp Fusion, so much cool stuff. If you're not subscribed to this channel, now's a good time to do it. I've got a lot of stuff that if you're in the AI space and you want to keep up with the news, or if you want to learn how to do all of the things that you're seeing spread all over the internet, all of the viral AI videos that are going all over TikTok and Instagram and Twitter, if you want to know how to do that, I hope my channel is a channel that can keep you in the know on how to do all of that stuff. I'm new to
Yeah, that's my man. As always, all the videos, all the links, all the things that I used in today's stream will be uploaded to the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, you should be in the Discord. You should be in the Discord anyways. It's where we have good conversations, things like that. All right. So we're going to raid out, and it looks like some of the people who I would normally expect to be here have gone. This is a new Twitch friend, so be on your best behavior. They do not, but they occasionally talk about AI, and they actually dipped into my channel when I went live, but didn't stick around because they're a streamer, and that's the way that works. So go, like, I'm seeing some good names you'll recognize, so you should be at home. We'll be back on Wednesday. Again, I will not be streaming on Friday. I'll be back on Wednesday. And like that. In the meantime, drink your water, go eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. Chuggy loves you. So do I. Be good.